Mediterranean. I see you. I feel you. All of my childhood memories make me think of you, your people, your fragrances, landscapes. No matter how far away I am, I can't stop thinking about you. None of the battles you saw defeated you. Far from it, they made you stronger. You are unique and diverse. Millenary civilizations have thrived around you, and we owe you so much. A new quest for improving governance is up and running. PANORAMED, a historical chance which brings together countries and people that feel the same way I do. Mediterranean. I see you, I feel you. Joint efforts to address common challenges are ready. Ensuring tourism sustainability in our shores. New solutions for strengthening maritime surveillance. Tackling environmental risks. Encouraging innovation and social initiatives. Only through cooperation will we reach our desire of enjoying a stronger Mediterranean. We want you to speak with one voice. For you, for us. PANORAMED. Mediterranean, I see you. I feel you. All of my childhood memories make me think of you, your people, your fragrances, landscapes. No matter how far away I am, I can't stop thinking about you. None of the battles you saw defeated you. Far from it, they made you stronger. You are unique and diverse. Millenary civilizations have thrived around you, and we owe you so much. A new quest for improving governance is up and running. PANORAMED, a historical chance which brings together countries and people that feel the same way I do. Mediterranean, I see you, I feel you. Joint efforts to address common challenges are ready. Ensuring tourism sustainability in our shores. New solutions for strengthening maritime surveillance. Tackling environmental risks. Encouraging innovation and social initiatives. Only through cooperation will we reach our desire of enjoying a stronger Mediterranean. We want you to speak with one voice. For you, for us. PANORAMED. Mediterranean. I see you. I feel you. All of my childhood memories make me think of you, your people, your fragrances, landscapes. No matter how far away I am, I can't stop thinking about you. None of the battles you saw defeated you. Far from it, they made you stronger. You are unique and diverse. Millenary civilizations have thrived around you, and we owe you so much. A new quest for improving governance is up and running. PANORAMED, a historical chance which brings together countries and people that feel the same way I do. Mediterranean. I see you, I feel you. Joint efforts to address common challenges are ready. Ensuring tourism sustainability in our shores. New solutions for strengthening maritime surveillance. Tackling environmental risks. Encouraging innovation and social initiatives. Only through cooperation will we reach our desire of enjoying a stronger Mediterranean. We want you to speak with one voice.
They are colleagues, partners, they are all. Good morning. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all the opening of this event. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today. We are happy to be able to count with you here at the promises of the Spanish Ministry of Finances and Civil Services, as well as throughout the online platform. Today marks the closure of PANORAMED project, the ambitious and the innovative platform project led by the Spanish Ministry of Finances and Civil Services that has brought together 21 partners from 12 member states with the aim to improve governance processes in the Euro-Mediterranean region. Today's meeting is divided around 5 sessions dealing with the main achievements from the policy side. We will see concrete results from the strategic projects developed under the umbrella PANORAMED project. And finally, we will have a session centered on the future of the rich and diverse area as the Mediterranean. How can coordinate the results of the project looking for synergy so that they have a positive impact in our regional, national policies? Thank you very much for being with us. And now, giving the floor to Mrs. Mercedes Caballero, General Secretary for European Funds of Spain. Mercedes.
Thank you very much, Carmen. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to all PANORAMED members and friends, both those who are here in Spain and those who are joining online. Thank you very much for being with us on such special occasion as the PANORAMED Closure Event. I would like to thank each and every one of the project partners and associates for their work. A special thanks go to the European Commission, represented here by the Directorates General for Regional Policy and Maritime Affairs, so important throughout our project together with the Union for the Mediterranean, which has played a key partner role throughout the lifespan of the project. So thank you so much. The continued support of the Joint Secretariat of the InterReg-Med program, which conceived this project in the framework of the InterReg-Med Axis 4 on governance for the 2020 programming period, has also been instrumental in complementing this exciting journey together. I would also like to thank the work done by the strategic projects and, of course, a very special thanks to my team. Thank you so much Carmen, and the rest of colleagues for the extraordinary work you do every day. We are delighted to finally be able to meet with so many of you here in Madrid after such a long time, a difficult period in the last 2 years in which, despite the difficulties and restrictions caused by the health crisis, you have all continued to function with extraordinary efficiency, something that is not easy at all. As you know, our ministry has had the honor of being the lead partner of this ambitious project, PANORAMED, a unique and pioneering experience in the field of governance in the Mediterranean in 3 key areas, such as coastal tourism, maritime surveillance, and innovation. During these 5 years of intense and exciting work, which began back in 2017 and will formally conclude at the end of this month, we are proud to have contributed to the improvement of governance in the Mediterranean, strengthening the relationship, coordination, and cooperation between public, private, and civil society institutions that have participated directly or indirectly in the project. From the Spanish Directorate General for European Funds, we immediately understood the potential of PANORAMED's innovative approach as a platform project aimed at promoting dialogue and coordination for better governance in the Mediterranean, both at national and regional level. It was indeed a challenge worth accepting. To this end, we created a coordination unit with all the Mediterranean regions, the ministries involved in the selected thematic areas, whom I thank for their participation throughout these 5 years. We believe that this coordination, seeking synergies, promoting this multi-level governance dialogue, is key and essential to achieve a greater impact of the results of our projects financed by our cohesion policy, both in territorial cooperation programs and in national regional programs. Also, that these results can improve our public policies. To name a few key results, PANORAMED has substantially contributed to the improvement of interregional and multi-level dialogue through its thematic working groups, provided tailored recommendations for governments consolidated in 3 thematic key policy papers, and contribution to a better governance in a horizontal sense. It is now time to reflect on the results achieved and look ahead to the programming period 2021-2027, and then the extraordinary experience of PANORAMED has been and will continue to be a milestone for the definition of governance priorities. Governance, which in this period takes on even more relevance, if possible, in the European territorial cooperation programs, with the creation of 2 specific objectives for the Interreg programs. There are many challenges ahead for all Mediterranean countries to make this Mediterranean more environmentally sustainable, more innovative, and more social. Spain has incorporated 3 regions, Extremadura, Madrid, and Castilla-La Mancha, in the next period, which will seek synergies and solutions to problems in this area common to all other Mediterranean regions. I will close my speech with a quote from Teresa of Calcutta that reflects the importance of these Interreg programs so that we can all cooperate and join forces for a better Mediterranean area. Teresa de Calcutta said, "I do what you cannot, and you do what I cannot. Together, we can do great things." And I wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much in advance.
Thank you very much, Mercedes, for your welcome words. I would now like to give the floor to Marc Lobet from the unit from macro regions, transnational, interregional, external cooperation, enlargement at the European Commission. Please, Marc, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Dear Director General, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the work of PANORAMED project has done until this closure event. This vision, born 5 years ago, was ambitious, but the highest ambition is to continue supporting the governance in the Mediterranean Sea as a cohesion policy coordination instrument. This is where cohesion policy is essential, and this is where your work is essential. Cohesion policy is one of the instruments to ensure that every Mediterranean region has the capacity to play a full role in the Mediterranean and Europe future. But we also need a robust governance. Governance capacity needs a governance framework, and a governance framework needs governance knowledge. This is the case of PANORAMED. For this, we need you. We need your experience. Governance framework is also embedded in the partnership principle. What can we as European institutions do to engage this governance framework based on the partnership principle? We in cohesion policy have provided a solid framework for involving member states, region, and local authorities in design strategies, governance framework, and multi-level or synergy mechanism between programs. For example, urban strategy or the embedding of the cooperation in the regional programs in these new programming periods. The partnership principle lays the basis of those strategies or synergy and coordination mechanism for involving all relevant partners at every step, from preparation of governance mechanism, program involve, and project cover. This is why we are here today. This day is your day to present the main achievement, the lesson learned of PANORAMED, and how can we jointly capitalize on your experience to get better in this new programming period. Thanks a lot. I wish you a fructuous working day.
Thank you very much, Mart, for this overview of the DG Regio, to see how the broader policy framework at the European Union Commission levels enforce PANORAMED's work and vice versa. Now, in a similar approach, I thought for another key perspective for PANORAMED and the Mediterranean region as a whole, maritime policy. For this, I would now like to warmly welcome to Mr. Christos Konoumou, head of the unit of Sea Basin Strategies on the Commission and in the Director General for Maritime Policy. Thank you.
So, good morning to all. Carmen, thank you very much for the introduction. Mercedes, thank you very much for being the active supporter of this project, and we all celebrate today the closure of it, and usually it is the setting we have used to have for this type of meeting, so I'm very pleased. It's one of the first meetings of projects that I attend after the period of online overload we had, so I think you are very lucky that we are all here to look into the results of PANORAMED. And on a personal note, I have to say that I attended also one of the first meetings of PANORAMED back in Rome. I don't remember the year anymore, but I think many of you should remember that. And it was indeed in the beginning. Now is the time for the results. So from DG Mare, you know that we have been with you together with the colleagues from DG Regio during all this period. And for us, PANORAMED has been a very fruitful experiment, bringing together so many administrations, so many member states looking to the governance, promoting blue economy, basically, in the Mediterranean region so actively, And for us, it helped us also in building upon what we developed already in the new strategies we have for the blue economy, and more particularly when we issued last May the new communication on sustainable blue economy, which brings the new framework for activities and how really we implement the Green Deal in the different sectors that they form, this big conglomerate of economic activities. This is actually the passage from what we used to call blue growth to sustainability. And I'm sure that you all do quite a lot of effort within your countries, with your administrations, to implement these big principles. And we all have to show results to our citizens and to those that are really looking forward for a better climate and more sustainable economic activities. Now, in doing that, implementing this new approach for a sustainable blue economy, we need everybody in all different sides of administration, from the European side, of course, the national side, the regions, very, very big, important player, the academic community, the research. And I'm saying all this because in PANORAMED, you had a very big chapter dedicated to innovation. So how do we develop sustainability in blue economy if we don't have the solutions that innovation and research brings to us? So the cooperation needs this strategic approach that you had with your project. Now, we also promote, and we do it hand in hand with the colleagues in Regio, the sea basin approach. So in the Mediterranean, obviously, it is hugely important, not only from the European side, but also from the southern partner side, which definitely we bring together all this under the UFM umbrella. And we have very good I'd say results in cooperation, demonstrating with the ministerial conference on blue economy. We had ministerial declaration something like a year ago on agreeing the big principles of sustainability in the whole Mediterranean. We have the West Mediterranean Initiative that has also promoted cooperation between the 10 countries in the region for some time now, and it works with excellent results. We have the new agenda for the Mediterranean, which definitely from the side of the EU highlights the importance of cooperating with the southern Mediterranean countries. And we have also another macro-regional strategy in the Adriatic and Ionian EUSR, which also brings its fruits in that side of the Med. So this is the overall context that you work, and it is complex, so that's why good governance among all these different instruments is essential. Now, looking into the specific subject that you handled in the project, I mean, with the tourism, you know that we had also in 2020, the Commission published the transition pathways for tourism, which was co-created with stakeholders and contains references to this new approach for the blue economy, and certainly supports this type of cooperation frameworks that you have been working with. Same goes for maritime security and surveillance. We work for so many years in developing more cooperation with coast guards, the information systems, particularly developing CISE, which now gets into more mature stage for operations, hopefully as from the end of 23. So your project looked into that and definitely gives a big push. Coming to MFAF, yes, we have the big funds from DG Regio supporting your work, but we also have the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund that support horizontal priorities for resilience, green and digital transition in, of course, fisheries and aquaculture, big sectors for the blue economy, but also more general to blue economy and also on maritime security. It gives possibilities for the countries and administrations to use funds under this. So I said how important is the cooperation with the region, the coastal communities around the Mediterranean. And I come to a subject that is very close to our heart, and we will be working again hand in hand with DG Regio, is the smart specialization strategies. This is something that we definitely will use to promote the sustainable blue economy approach that we introduced last year, because we want to have a dedicated platform, a smart specialization platform for blue economy. It has been announced last month in Brussels, so there are already 3 dedicated platforms. Now we will be the 4th one on blue economy, promoting this cooperation between the regions and promoting this innovative approach that comes with smart specialization. And again, a last reference from my side to the work which is happening under the Horizon Europe and the mission Restore Our Waters and Ocean and Waters by 2030. This is a big, let's say, and very ambitious project that we run with the colleagues from RTD, and there is a dedicated lighthouse, a dedicated focus to the Mediterranean on marine pollution. So again, the actions that you undertake with the projects under ITEREG or other cooperation in the Mediterranean contributes probably also to this mission that we have set collectively for innovative solutions, promoting blue economy and promoting sustainability of the sea. Now, I know that you are all looking to the future, how you will implement the work of PANORAMED in the next phase. So let's start listening to the results that you will present to us today. And I'm sure you have already made your plans for the future, and I mean INTERREG and the plan and the opening up of new calls will give you the opportunities, I think, to capitalize on today's results. And from my side, congratulations for your work. And I'm sure we will have more meetings of this to celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Economou, for your maritime vision of the approach and strategy. Thank you very much.
Sí. Okay. Buenos días. Good morning, everyone. My name is Javier Fernandez. I work for ICORIS. Many of you know me already from various projects, and more importantly, from the support that we have been provided in communications to the present PANORAMED platform where we're putting the end today. Okay, my role, I've been asked and I have accepted, and it's a pleasure for me to moderate 4 of the sessions together with my colleague Mercedes Acitores, who will be doing same role for session 5 on the future and the next steps. Before calling my colleagues, speakers for session 1, allow me just a couple of minutes to reinforce the message that both Mercedes Caballero and Carmen Hernandez have put forward right at the beginning. This is all about presenting the results of PANORAMED. We are here to celebrate, but also to try to set up the path to capitalize those results achieved during these 4 years. So for doing so, and given the complexity of PANORAMED as such, which cannot be named or labeled as a project as such, but it's a little bit more, a platform, no? We have heard. We have structured the day around 5 sessions. The first one brings together the 3 pillars of PANORAMED. First of all, the partnership, very rich and strong partnership, represented by the lead partner. Then the owner of the program, the INTERREG Euromed program, who has supported financially and operationally the development and implementation of the project. And thirdly, a unique point of PANORAMED is the vast list of associated partners that manage to get involved in this exercise of governance. And for that, we have the UFM as one of the most representatives among those associated partners. Then sessions 2 and 3 and 4 are all about results. But we have to see the results of PANORAMED in 2 different dimensions. First of all, policy, the policy dimension, and secondly, the projects. Under the umbrella of PANORAMED, as you know, there's been 6 strategic projects which have done a lot of good work and continue to do a lot of good work. We're going to hear from them. But before that, all the policy work done in the framework of the PANORAMED dialogues, the MED positioning paper, all the mainstreaming work trying to influence public policy in the sea basin, the key policy papers setting up the baseline for the 3 key topics that Christos Economou has just mentioned now for the development, sustainable development of the blue economy. Those are all key results that we want to present to you today. Yeah? And then, once the results have been presented, it will be just about time to look at the future. And then we will be doing, through the session moderated by Mercedes, an exercise on the actual legacy of PANORAMED and what could be the next steps in order to capitalize the impressive results achieved by the project. So that's a little bit the agenda for the day, which we consider relevant and that could be very interesting and fruitful to stimulate the debate. So without any more delay, I would like to call the 3 speakers for session 1, Emilio Canda, Lidwin Lafontaine, and Alessandra Sensi. If you can take the seat here, yes. So as we said, we have here the 3 pillars of the project, and I think that it makes sense that the first speaker goes with the partnership, which are the truly actors, no, of the whole operation. And for this, the lead partner, the Ministry of Finance of Spain, and Emilio Canda will share with you a presentation on the end of the journey, or maybe the beginning of another journey, no, in the future. So the floor is yours, Emilio. Thank you.
Yes, a todos. Many thanks, Javier. I will try to sum up the objectives and pioneering approach of PANORAMED with a focus on his innovative structure and working methodology. The presentations of concrete outputs and achievements will follow during the day. PANORAMED is a transnational governance platform which, together with 6 strategic projects, completes the Axis 4 Center in Governance of the 2014-2020 programming period of the US Interreg Mediterranean program. PANORAMED grounds a multi-layer structure as the top governance component. The first layer of this structure is covered by the modular projects. As a second layer, we can find the efforts invested in capitalization and communication of project results through the creation of thematic communities managed by horizontal projects. PANORAMED frames and links these efforts through an evidence-based platform with the specific objective to support the process of strengthening and developing multilateral coordination frameworks in the Mediterranean for joint responses to common challenges. All in all, PANORAMED constitutes an innovative and pioneering approach whose main goal is, hence, to foster mutual knowledge and cooperation between the main stakeholders in the Mediterranean area, mobilizing their knowledge and experience for shared governance in this territory. At the inception phase of the project, the main challenge was precisely to establish this shared governance framework, able to contribute to better cooperation for joint responses to common challenges. This framework has to be targeted mainly to the enhancement of institutional capacity of public authorities, with the ultimate goal of ensuring the maximum impact of Interreg project results. Secondly, PANORAMED aims to provide a basis for the contribution to coordinated synergies and dynamics among initiatives and strategies in the Mediterranean. The idea was to provide a structured and integrated framework to systematically link project results and policy actors at national and transnational level. Thirdly, the liaison task also foresaw PANORAMED's contribution to the improvement of air-reinforced cooperation with the south shore of the Mediterranean through the support to the creation of effective linkages among initiatives and programs. The project has been active for 5 years, since July 2017 up to the end of this month. His cooperation area comprises 12 Mediterranean coastal countries included under the umbrella of the Interreg Med Program 2014-2020. A total budget of 23 million euros, including some 15 million for the strategic projects. This partnership involves a total of 21 partners, including 12 European countries from the northern shore of the Mediterranean. It is very important to note that apart from the 12 country coordinators, there are 6 regional authorities and 3 institutions acting as well as leaders or co-leaders of the technical working groups. This gives a special character to the approach, which establishes a permanent dialogue among national and regional public authorities, experts, and stakeholders. The top-down partnership scheme includes the associated partners, who complement it and comprise the main actors and initiatives and strategies present in the basin, recognized as key drivers for synergy development. The working architecture of PANORAMED is structured in 10 work packages. Methodology and evaluation, led by Emilia-Romagna region, has had a crucial role of defining methodologies to the more operational work packages. As well, together with Portugal, they lead the final evaluation of the program, a very interesting document. 3 thematic working groups in coastal and maritime tourism, led by Croatia and co-led by Tuscany region. Maritime surveillance, led by the French Secretariat General for the Sea, and innovation, led by the Generalitat of Catalunya and co-led by the Joseph Stefan Institute. Liaison, migration, and mainstreaming tackle the 3 mentioned themes with a cross-cutting approach. Liaison task, led by Crete region, coordinates and cooperates with transnational European territorial cooperation programs active in the Mediterranean. Mainstreaming task, led by PACA region, ensures the transfer of results and structural territorial policies and programs with a view to expanding projects' impact beyond their scope and duration. Migration, led by Molise region with the University of Molise, identifies elements related to this important issue with a view to be included into Interreg Med projects and beyond. All in all, these tasks are at the backbone of PANORAMED's architecture and constitute key elements of the project transferability and sustainability. I should mention the key operational instruments led by Spain to deal with the management, the administrative procedures, and the communication in PANORAMED, and very especially thanks to the continuous support and guidance for the Joint Secretariat. This working methodology implies a complex exercise of integrated top-down and bottom-up mechanisms to ensure in the long term the sustainability of his results and methodologies. The activities in the 3 thematic areas, coastal and maritime tourism, maritime surveillance, and innovation, have been performed by transnational working groups of national experts and validated by the country coordinators. During his initial bottom-up phase, the results of other MED projects and initiatives were clustered and analyzed to deliver the Gaps and Growth Opportunities report for each of the 3 thematic areas. This analysis, combined with the stakeholder consultations and thematic and cross-sectorial discussion workshops and policy labs, fed the definition of the terms of reference of strategic projects. The analysis has also been the source to elaborate the 3 thematic key policy papers, which constitute some of the most tangible and exploitable results of PANORAMED by providing concrete policy inputs at national and regional level. Other governance milestones of the project include the PANORAMED stock-taking paper, led by Emilia-Romagna region, with the aim to provide insights on better governance strategies to achieve the Green Deal in the Mediterranean region. The PANORAMED dialogues led by Greece and held last November 23 is also considered a fundamental event, which concluded in the form of a policy brief that meets all the conditions to have a tangible impact in the near future. As a culminating milestone in terms of the development of shared policy approaches and strategic planning at transnational level, the partnership recently adopted the MED positioning paper led by Crete region. This key document establishes the basis for the Mediterranean cooperation governance in order to make cooperation more operational and sets the path for the development of a relevant and meaningful EU-MED governance monitoring mechanism. The 6 strategic projects under the governance axis, 2 in each of the 3 priority selected areas, are currently running to deliver concrete solutions and advancements towards priorities identified by PANORAMED. The strategic projects are multi-level projects implemented by partners able to influence and better define policies. The actions foreseen converge towards a common objective of territorial development and showcase good examples of regional cooperation. On this basis, the strategic projects are being implemented following an integrated, inclusive and participative approach. They appear as convergence projects between the thematic communities and the platform projects. The existing links give a good idea of the real potential of such architecture in terms of capitalization and governance for the end of this program as well for the start of the future. It is to be underlined the coordination schemes between PANORAMED and the strategic projects to stimulate and facilitate exchanges of information focusing on how to align the efforts of different actors, firms, programs and policies to address the most pressing challenges in the Mediterranean. Overall, the Interreg MED program axis and the overarching program architecture activities have contributed to a better cooperation governance through promoting a transnational dialogue platform, collecting data to foster evidence-based policy decision, providing thematic expertise, promoting strategic projects to make concrete steps towards solving the governance gaps. Now we can observe that the activities and deliverables reflect the evolution of the project, which has become more concrete and substantial over years. They are also characterized by a strong coordination between the strategic projects and the horizontal projects and turn towards a support to transfer and mainstreaming actions. The contributions on sectorial and multi-level governance with a view to the next programming period have constituted a major priority. PANORAMED has also proved that cooperation among countries, regions and institutions is possible, the only way to achieve the governance goals. I would like to finish with words to thank all my colleagues, in particular Lydia, who has been with us, our LP team, lead partner team, and just to say thanks to all of you for making PANORAMED possible, all the very good moments we spent together in these 5 years. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you very much, Emilio. Of course, very good moments, but also difficult moments, no? Because PANORAMED had to go, as everybody in society, through these 2.5 years of this sanitary crisis. Okay, so that was, thank you very much for that very comprehensive overview of the results that put an end today to this journey. All these results will be more detailed in the sessions 2 and 3, as we just said at the beginning of this session. And now we're going to the second pillar, no, of the whole story of this priority access on governance that started 5 years ago. So the question that we are posing here is why PANORAMED? Why the program? Why the managing authority? Why the steering committee of the program decided to start up this exercise, Priority Access 4 on governance, and to create this PANORAMED platform embedding these strategic projects. So the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Well, good morning. Well, in the different conferences that we go to, we have different types of speech. Well, the one today that I'm going to give, I'm just happy to give it because it's more like telling the little story behind the big adventure. So this is going to be a different angle. We'll repeat maybe some of the things that have been said, but this is nice because, you know, I have to explain to you what was our state of mind. Why did we decided to take that path, creating a whole axis around governance when it was not mandatory? We went out of our comfort zone a few years back, and why did we do that? And it's important to explain it to you because for the future, if we want to work all together, we need to share these basics. And so this is what I'm going to try to tell you in a little story way. So I'm going to be a storyteller today. So it goes back to 2012-13. We sat down in the office and we said, okay, let's think about the program. It's extended. We have 57 regions. We have 12 countries. Let's look at the funds that we have. Okay, it's not that much. I mean, it's quite an amount, but what can we do with this? We have some goals. We have 8 specific objectives to cover the whole Mediterranean area. So what can we do to make a real impact? Because this is what we want to do at the end, is changing things. I mean, we're working all together because we want to have an impact. So how we could do it alone? And we knew right away that we couldn't do it alone. So the observation was quite obvious from the beginning. There were so many transnational cooperation initiatives. There were sectoral networks. We had also platforms acting across the Mediterranean. But still, they were working and having actions that were most of the time overlapping. And we really needed to cross-sectoral governance drivers and tools. So definitely what we observed was that there was room for improvements. It was our analysis. We said right away, there is room for enhancing the coordination of priorities and funds. There was also, I'm sorry about the voice, there was also room for reinforcing the mechanism to properly define joint priorities, and also the follow-up operation process at transnational level, but not only for the northern shore, but also including the eastern and southern shores. So, another room for improvement for the coordination of funded initiatives And there was also giving the institutions more capacity and involve more stakeholders into discussions and integrated planning. So the need for cooperation encompasses also, I'm sorry, I'm going too fast, of course, the macro-regional and maritime strategies. So they were USAIR, USAP, USDR, and WestMed, but there was no common Med framework. So this was our set of mind in 2014 when we started the program. So what could we do to have more cooperation and trying all together to focus on really all common priorities and make much more from the funds that we all had. So how we decided to have this priority axis, the axis 4. So we started with PANORAMED that was designed, as Emilio already described, was designed as a governance platform. So with the first steps was to identify and propose a common vision in the 3 areas that were decided and selected by the member states as being of most importance for the Mediterranean, which were coastal and maritime tourism, maritime surveillance, and innovation in blue biotechnology. So this was the first step. We needed to have this first agreement on the 3 priorities and try to form a common visions involving other stakeholders. And so the first goal was structuring dialogues between the stakeholders of the Med cooperation area and beyond the Interreg Med area, of course, from the different financing initiatives and at transnational level, in highlighting, of course, the common priorities, but also identifying the potential for growth and also the limiting factors in the 3 areas that we highlighted. So in this conception of the Axis 4, there was on one side these dialogues and finding the priorities and what was the growing opportunities and the limiting factors, but we needed to have mechanisms to put actions on the field. So the strategic projects were also envisaged as to materialize this possible mechanism for joint actions. And so they were in line, and what they have implemented are in line with the gap in growth opportunities that were jointly identified. But how? So we're talking about the governance platform, but we have thematic projects also. I mean, we didn't want to be, separated from the whole lot of other actions that we do on the territories. So it's, we do have a very, at heart, what's important is just these dialogues were evidence-based and based on analysis of results, not only on results from the Interact program, but also other projects. So this was the heart. And so how we imagined this was that capitalization of results was what had to support the improvement of the governance. So we linked the both right away. And so in our capitalization process, we linked it, and Emilio mentioned it. We had horizontal projects that were there to animate communities of projects that worked around the 8 specific objectives that were linking them together. So, and these projects, the thematic projects that we had on the field, on the ground, they performed studies, tests, and they already transferred some validated solutions. So from these types of projects, providing evidence of what works, what could be solutions, this was what was meant to support the dialogues and the exchanges at the level of transnational stakeholders and among different types of initiatives, but also they were meant to support as well the implementation of the strategic projects as well, to feed them with results from the ground. So this is what was in our mind and what was made during this period. So, and where did that take us? I'm not going to just, because this whole day will be dedicated to demonstrating and showcasing what has been done concretely. So what I will just talk about is what it brought us as a program, and what we can, when we think back about what we set a few years back, what it was. And first we have to say it was audacious for all the people who got involved in that, because it was bold, it was not easy to enter this type of process. It was innovative. But you know, when all the programs, I said from the start that we went out of the zone of comfort, but it was also going out of the zone of comfort for all the partners that were in this project. So it was really hard sometimes, but you know, this was audacious. When it's innovative, you know, you start when nobody ever went. So of course, it's not going to be easy all the time, but the results are there. And we can say that it helped really setting more structured dialogue. And we'll see later on what it reserves us for the future. Well, from the experience then, we learned, and we have that there were obstacles, and we highlighted points of attentions, and of course we have recommendations, and from these recommendations we will build, and we have built already the next program. So what we can say in a nutshell is that with this we really paved the way to a larger and more systematic coordination. It is already ongoing, and I'm sure that, you know, in the different panels we can see already how it's getting really concrete. So what we have done for the next programming period is that it helped us design new governance projects based on what has been done. And also we have thought of a results amplification strategy, which we understood with the experience, and I'm not going to detail what is behind this results amplification strategy, but something that we really understood is that better governance needs to be inspired by the results. But for this to happen, we really need to, and for it to be effective, is that we have to have all the parties involved in the programs and outside. We need to have them in a structure, and for it to be effective in a structured way, and from the start to be organized. So this strategy is more about identifying everybody's role towards and force and strength that we can pull all together and see how we can really complement each other to reach our results. So of course, at the heart of this strategy, we still have governance projects. We have two types, and but this time they won't be isolated. They were not isolated this time, but we have identified what we can all do to support the ones of each other, and they are embedded in a whole scheme where everybody has his responsibility also in this adventure towards a better governance. So I'm sure that we'll go back to these different points later on. But I'll leave the floor to my colleagues from PANORAMED and from the GS also to give you more details also along the different panels. So, well, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lidwin, for taking us through the reasoning why, maybe some water here, why this whole endeavor and journey was taken and assumed from the very beginning. Okay, so now we go into the third pillar of the architecture of PANORAMED, and we come here with a very qualified observer, let's say, no, who can basically tell us, probably in an informal way or more formal, as you wish, how do you see the whole operation, these 5 years of cooperation, UFM sits really at the cornerstone of governance in the Mediterranean. We all know this. They have different working groups operating in various topics, one of them the sustainable blue economy. So please tell us, Alessandra, in a few words, how PANORAMED is observed from a wider perspective as a useful example of promoting better governance. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. I wonder if you can put the presentation on. That will be. Yes. So thank you very much for the floor, and thank you very much to everybody actually for the invitation today. It's indeed a very important moment to celebrate and reflect on the achievements of these important, let's say, governance axis. Indeed, PANORAMED for us was not just a project, it's much more, as Javier also stressed. It's indeed a very important transversal platform for, further enhancement of the dialogue and relation within the various, subjects. So, of course, I would like to start maybe just to frame my intervention and my angle. Of course, I mean, we heard the previous ones. I mean, of course, my angle is going to be focused more on the Mediterranean and large. So, on the governance and the structure, operating structure, actually, of the Union for the Mediterranean, because, of course, these will make clear why and how our relation actually with PANORAMED develop and will further develop with the new governance axis actually in the future. So as you know, the Union for the Mediterranean is an intergovernmental organization made of 42 Euro-Mediterranean countries. And of course, I mean, this intergovernmental partnership aims, of course, at the sustainable development of the region. So to make, let's say, the relation between the Euro-Mediterranean countries fruitful, sustainable, and let's say forward-looking. In a certain way, in terms of operational structure, we have a secretariat where actually we do have representative of the countries sitting in our offices. And in addition, we have a co-presidency North and South that indeed do lead, do co-chair, do advise on all the different, let's say, stream of activities. Overall, we have three main levels, which again links with what was said before, but it's very important to understand. A level which is more a political level of decision made of our ministerial declaration, a more sort of strategic, technical dimension, which is the one mentioned by Javier, made of working groups, and indeed we will go into the fact that we do have indeed a dedicated UFM working group on blue economy, and then more at the project level with a particular, let's say, and characterized practice of labeling projects which are particularly relevant for the region. We do have a potential, let's say, for upscaling, replication, for involvement, let's say, of other countries. So these, of course, the multi-stakeholder dimension is particularly important. So these working groups are not only made of countries representative, again the 42, but also of stakeholders, different categories of stakeholders, because indeed these are very important and I would say even necessary actor in all our processes and in particular in the Mediterranean. So the PANORAMED initial focus has been indeed on blue economy. So this first phase of the governance has this specific accent. So it's exactly for this reason that I will focus on this, but maybe, I mean, with a view to the future, I will add, let's say, a dimension that we will discuss later on during the day. I'd like actually to recall two recent, but probably, I mean, as today we are a bit recalling the history of what happened in the past, I should have added also the previous ministerial declaration. These are two ministerial declarations, the one on sustainable blue economy and the one on environment and climate change that were approved last year, very importantly, and are basically the second round of renewed political agreement by the 42 countries. As we are talking of history, it's very important to recall that we had the first ministerial on environment and climate change in 2014, and very importantly, the one on blue economy in 2015. What is extremely interesting is that over these years, which are also the years when we started our dialogue with PANORAMED and overall with the Joint Secretariat, a lot has developed. So this has brought us, especially for blue economy, again, as this is the focus, to reach a much broader cooperation on blue economy, expanding from around, let's say, 3 areas of cooperation to 10 areas of cooperation, which are all listed here. And of course, the characteristic of this ministerial declaration has been indeed to stress the elements of sustainability, which I would say were already there, but it was indeed very important to stress for the next decade, given, of course, all the commitment that we all have towards our planet within the climate and environment challenge that we all know about. And of course, I mean, it was very important to link with the territorial dimension, which in a certain way was less prominent in our case, but became more and more prominent over the years, and became even more prominent due to the sanitary crisis. COVID made clear how the link to territories, to the local dimension, needs to be taken into account. So during all this phase of dialogue, again, that we are recalling today, we received, as you have some proposal in relation to the labeling of some of the PANORAMED projects. And through indeed this dialogue reflection, let's say, behind the scene, then we thought that probably we should have taken a much broader approach. So finally, what we agreed also with the Joint Secretariat was indeed not only to label single projects, but to send, let's say, a much broader message, so to label PANORAMED as package, as ongoing, let's say, package on governance, but also the future governance axis. So this makes extremely relevant, of course, PANORAMED for the current activity and the future within a green-blue dimension. What does it mean actually to have the UFM label? The UFM label means that the 42 countries do agree that this specific initiative, platform, axis, as we call it, can be integrated and becomes part of the regional agenda, that they will do everything to contribute. And in our case, what is extremely important is that whatever is being produced can indeed be capitalized, amplified also to the non-EU countries, in our case to the southern countries. Of course, I mean, PANORAMED was already included, Western Balkans, but there is also this other part of the Mediterranean. And if I can also tell a very simple story, when we started to talk and get to know each other, I remember that one of the first exchange was, I work on the Mediterranean. Yes, I work on the Mediterranean too. But how come that we don't know each other? Because indeed we were focusing, no, on different parts of the Mediterranean. We were, of course, encompassing all the 42 countries, but focusing on supporting the south, while, of course, you were focused more on the two. And we all agreed that in this sort of important vision and important, let's say, contribution that we all want to give to the Mediterranean as one, of course, we need to make sure that the different pieces and the different views come together and support the region at large. So this is a bit, indeed, the story of behind where are we now, actually. First of all, out of the approval of the UFM Ministerial on Sustainable Blue Economy, we are now moving, of course, with the support, and again, let me take the opportunity to thank DG Mare for that, to the implementation of the ministerial declaration itself. So we are working with the countries and with stakeholders on a specific roadmap for implementation. Where is actually fitting PANORAMED within this roadmap? PANORAMED is part of the roadmap. The roadmap has been based actually on the compilation of all relevant projects which do contribute to the 10 priorities that I showed before. Out of that, a very important analysis was made, basically extracting, distilling the ongoing process and activities related to the different areas in order to see where action is still needed, where gaps can still be filled, and where actually countries can indeed focus on, let's say, for the future, meaning the priorities, the 10 priorities remain priorities. The ongoing process will go on, but we will add an extra effort to move on also in those areas where there is a potential, but not enough going on. So this is actually a very initial grouping of the initiative and actions that the countries are agreeing. So this has been an outcome, actually, of the discussion that we had just 1 week ago with the countries themselves. And this is where, out of a preliminary validation, we plan to fine-tune and finalize this scheme for further action. Of course, I mean, here you will find many of the topics that have been mentioned. Let me also stress that indeed an element of novelty, as Mr. Economo already mentioned, are the smart specialization strategies as element also of dialogue with the countries of the South. So these are all, let's say, potential elements for future work under the governance axis. I'd like also to stress, before concluding, that March was a very, that March was a very important month, as indeed we have been having 3 important, let's say, meetings. The one actually that we had in early March was indeed to launch the mission Restore Ocean and Seas, but bringing together 3 different groups. So the Blue Med group, which is now bridging and evolving towards the Mediterranean lighthouse of marine pollution, the Environment group and the Blue Economy group around marine pollution and in particular plastic pollution. So with this I will close, and this is just an element indeed for the future talks and linking also with the future session, that for the future governance we at UFM indeed fully support the focus on green, blue and circular in the light of what has been already explained. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alessandra, and for sharing with us your observation for the present, ratified by the labeling of the Priority Access 4 on governance, therefore PANORAMED. This is clearly for the partnership a full recognition of the good work done in the past, but also sharing with us your look to the future based on the ministerial declaration on the sustainable blue economy and the roadmap for the implementation and to provide priorities to some of the areas that were agreed upon last year. So very promising future. We will have a session specifically devoted to that towards the end of the event. But now I think that with the 3 angles of the program, the partnership and the associated partners, the observers, we have provided a very comprehensive overview of what has happened and the end of the journey, which is coming today, and the very promising future that we can all look ahead of us. So thank you very much for the three of you for this. And now we will use a couple of minutes to change the panelists. And I would like to please give them a hand to the speakers. And now, thank you. I would like to we do have one speaker who will be intervening online, George Ale Cadiz. So I guess that colleagues from the streaming will be now liaising with that person to ensure that we have him online just on time. And hello. And I will then quickly introduce the members of this session. So we have heard the comprehensive overview of the results provided by the lead partner, but as we all know, the devil is in the detail. So now we're going to hear, by the authors, by the main owners of those results, some examples, very concrete examples of what have been achieved in the last 4 years. And I have asked to them, and you see that in your agenda, very concrete question. How did PANORAMED contribute towards better policies in the region? So we're going to hear from 5 concrete examples on how we can provide evidence that we did our job. So for doing so, we have structured the session with, first of all, with the global governance. We're going to hear about the MED positioning paper, and we're going to hear about the PANORAMED dialogues, which, as we will see, they were really the first of their kind in terms of governance in the Mediterranean, which were hosted by our Greek colleagues. But if everything is ready, we're going to kick-start now the session with the MED positioning paper, one of the key papers produced in the framework of the program. And I see that Mr. Ale Sakis, the Regional Counselor for European and International Affairs of the region of Crete, is online, available, and hearing us. Can you hear us? Yes?
Yeah, I could hear you. Could you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Ale Sakis. So the floor is yours. I will very kindly ask you to limit your intervention strictly to the 10 minutes that we were given. Yes? Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Dear representatives of the European Commission, dear national and regional representatives, dear colleagues, dear friends of the Mediterranean, good morning from sunshine Crete. Good morning from spring Mediterranean. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate to PANORAMED Closure Event, and it is a pleasure to share with you a common vision for the Mediterranean, our Mediterranean. So, the PANORAMED project, even from the beginning of its implementation, created a first step addressing the Mediterranean governance. We are, if we can say, pioneers on that. And this because even looking the structure of the consortium, we made a first attempt towards a multi-level governance of the Mediterranean. Because we engage public, national and regional authorities, European cooperation programs, important networks, private sector, research sector, also service of the European Commission. let's see exactly how is the consortium. Sorry about this. Yeah, this slide. First of all, as I said before, with national authorities from several countries, also regional authorities like my region, apart from those, also important associate partners such as the IDEREC Balkan Med, the Blue Med, the CPMR, the USAR, the INDERACT, the INDERECT EU, the UNEP MAP, the ADRION, the Union for Mediterranean and European Commission Services, DG Mare, DG Regio and DG NIR. So, during the Mediterranean Conference organized in Rome a couple of years ago, in the framework of IDEREC program PANORAMED, found to be a significant discount addressing the governance in the Mediterranean in front of a very crowded audience of more than 200 people from coming many direct med projects. So, what is the situation and the way forward? Even though the region still lacks a joint strategic framework to steer the individual actions of the countries, the continuous cooperation between countries enhances the idea of a collective action and therefore sets the scene for a more formal governance structure to be consolidated over the Mediterranean. But this brings forward the vision to a more unified region. The successful establishment of a formal Mediterranean governance system requires that cooperation in the area is consolidated. That means a Mediterranean cooperation governance system should be firstly conceptualized in order to make cooperation more operational and enhance its ability to set the scene for a more integrated framework with tangible and measured results. PANORAMED partners have extensively analyzed how this governance should be achieved. First of all, we try to find the important elements. What are the challenges at the Mediterranean and what are the European Union policies related? How can we achieve territorial and policy governance? How can we increase our knowledge and how we can capitalize on our good results? And at the end, how we can effectively cooperate and coordinate ourselves. If you look on the second circle in the hymn, the question is, what are the important stakeholders and the relevant frameworks? What can be the role of public authorities, national and regional both? What are the existing networks and the ongoing initiatives? What are the European strategies? And how can we work together for the European territorial cooperation? How we can build on the good results of the IDEREC Med program. Finally, apart from this, we should take into consideration our priorities for developing our territories. The processes we need to follow and to address what could be the expected outputs according to our needs. After we found the significant elements, we then try to address specific actions which could be recommended for a Mediterranean governance system. We decided that we need first of all to describe as general actions. You see the red letters. For example, setting the Med Cooperation governance system, we need to develop a platform of dialogue and cooperation, but beyond all, we should find a methodology to monitor our efforts. We need to see how we efficiently cooperate, coordinate our actions, how we could improve territorial and policy governance, how we can address the Mediterranean, European, and the global challenge. So, definitely, let me recall had mentioned in previous slide. We need to describe specific priorities, specific procedures, and desirable expected outputs. But nevertheless, it is not only that to successfully progress towards an advanced Mediterranean governance, it is an overall priority that we reach to consensus. It is mandatory if we need to go beyond our current schemes of cooperation towards an integrated Mediterranean governance. For that reason, we need first to select the crucial actors, second, to set the scheme, third, to maintain constant dialogue initiated by the indirect Med program, and last but not least, to get engaged with the Union of Mediterranean, with the CPMR. I am Vice President of CPMR in charge of Maritime Affairs, the NCBS Med program, the West Med initiative, as they should also have a leading role in the dialogue. This is where the funding comes from our analysis, which identified the 60 marked up actors, initiatives, processes that are expected to play the most important role in shaping the future of the Mediterranean governance system. So, after this analysis and considerations, we should start building a dialogue with agreement on key issues of the dialogues, agreement on roles and responsibility, and on the activities of actors to be considered as actual contributions to the MCGS. Agreement on the sectors and fields to be included in the system, defined, set up, and monitoring structure and process. Develop clearly identified and contextualized smart indicators. Develop an action plan on data collections and storage methods. Also with risk analysis, and create a dialogue platform linked it with the layers of the Mediterranean cooperation governance system. Link this platform with the monitoring system, and finally define and make now the methods for setting priorities. Dear friends, we are very glad that PANORAMED partners, together with our external experts and the support of the associate partners and with contribution of the European Union Commission services, we managed to produce significant relevant policy documents. I would like to mention first on coastal maritime tourism as the most important economical sector in the Mediterranean. Second, on maritime surveillance, which is a crucial sector regarding safety and peace in the Mediterranean. Third, on innovation, which is the way forward for innovative business models as indicated by the European Union policies, and in particular, the policies related with the smart specialization strategy. And we are very pleased to discuss all of the above during the very successful conference PANORAMED Dialogues organized last November, and to describe our findings in our MED position paper that we published. Indeed, the outcome of PANORAMED Dialogues showed that it's crucial that for improving a multi-level governance in the Mediterranean, we should focus on the new approach of sustainability, with a common vision for the Mediterranean, bringing all actors together to discuss ways and policies, better reconcile the needs to support the protection of the environment with the socio-economic development of the area, explore the main mechanisms strengthening the capacities and the role of stakeholders, and finally, with efficiently address the challenge and the future opportunities. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was very timely. So, thank you, Mr. Alexakis, for taking us through this, again, through this part of the journey and the MED positioning paper. I think that we can all here in the room see clear synergies with the roadmap that has just been shared by the UFM. No? The MED positioning paper is setting some recommendations, clear recommendations on how to achieve a better governance and how to build a permanent dialogue in between actors in the next few years. It is something that undoubtedly under session 5 they will be discussing, but it is already a finding that we can clearly put on the table on the achievements of PANORAMED. So Stavroula was already really wanted to tell us about the PANORAMED dialogues, no? Which really are something very, very similar or aligned to what the representative from the region of Crete has just described. We put that dialogue into practice, no, for the first time in the Mediterranean.
I wouldn't say first time. I'm sure that there were before other attentives, but I think that it was a very successful event. First of all, I have to say that I'm very happy to be here, and after more than 2 years to be able to see so many familiar faces here. But coming back to my presentation, I'm here on behalf of the Task Force for PANORAMED Dialogues, and I would like to share with you, to present you what we consider, how we consider that PANORAMED Dialogues event actually contributed to the better region, to better policies, and to have better governance in the region. Has contributed and can contribute it and will contribute it, because it's not only the present, it's also the future that we are dealing with, and we are more interested. So, everything started with Elisabetta Quintas. I have to say hi. She was the one who actually perceived this idea, this forum, and she had an experience of other kind of fora, and this experience has been introduced to the idea of having an important forum for inclusive dialogue on governance affecting the Med area. And we have to say that our partnership, our PANORAMED partnership, immediately embraced this idea, immediately embraced this forum, and we were eager to have the discussion, to have the debate, on one hand, on the present and the future of governance, taking into account by linking the approved missions of the new programming period for our program, for a Euromed program, and of course with the work, with the themes, with what has been done within PANORAMED. And on the other hand, to be able to discuss the role and the possible contribution of territorial cooperation in the Mediterranean governance. I don't want to really burden you with the details and the various steps of concerning the organization, preparation, implementation of PANORAMED Dialogue. It was exhaustive. I think it was a hard task, but it was done, and I have to say thank to most of you, because you were the people who were actually contributed the most to this work. But what I would like to highlight at this moment is that the epicenter, that the center, the focus of our work has been the specialists, the experts, the people who are actually invited to participate in the fourth session, the people who covered all themes, different institutions, different bodies, all Mediterranean area, and they were the ones who gave us their opinion, the points of view on governance. And this was done via the structured questionnaire that they were so kind and so generous by filling in. And these ideas, these new points, these new themes were introduced into us by and we have reflected them into the policy papers, into the, issue notes that we have produced for the PANORAMED dialogue. They have been heard during the discussion group, which is very important, and of course, they were incorporated in the policy brief. Don't forget, the policy brief, it is a very important document that was communicated, and there we could see all that. So, having said that about that the center of everything was the specialists, the people who were outside PANORAMED, don't forget, this is the idea. We wanted to have something outside of the work that has been done so far within our group, with the work, because we have many specialists, we have so many people working in our PANORAMED, but we're wanting something extra. So we have 79 people, 79 specialists who were filled in the questionnaires. It was one structured questionnaire per session. We had 4 sessions. And the 36 of them who were actively engaged in the whole discussion groups, they were the ones that were coming from EU members, from IPA countries, and I think I was very lucky, we were very lucky to have even participants from outside the EU countries and the IPA countries from Jordan. It was very, I think it was very lucky for me to have this Mr. If I pronounce correctly, Tariq Al-Tazir, apologize for any mispronunciation. Anyway, all these people gave us their critical feedback on the key policy papers, of all the documents that we have received, that we have conducted, we have created, we have drafted in PANORAMED. And this was the idea. We wanted the outside the box, the outside PANORAMED work themes to be included. And we hope that we have done that. And we have all this interaction with the 100 participants, more than 100 participants who were there. It was an online event due to the pandemic on the 23rd of November. And these people represented central, sectoral, regional bodies. They were coming from EU, international organizations, research institutions, even the private sector. This is very important that we had a plethora of experts coming, really expressing different views, other views, and enriching PANORAMED work. So, if somebody asked me what is the outcome, what is the result of this kind of work, I would say an open discussion with an amalgam of experts, people coming of different origins, different backgrounds, and it's not only a discussion that matters, is that we have some conclusions. I've written in the slide significant. We consider that there were significant conclusions. We consider there were significant priorities that were identified, and I'm very happy to hear in the session before that in the UFM labeling, I hope that we had a small contribution in this, taking into account all the work that was done in the UFM labeling on the PANORAMED project. So, all this open discussion with the concrete conclusions and the priorities, they were identified in all 4 sessions, the 3 thematic, innovation, tourism, maritime awareness and information sharing, and of course the plenary session, the multi-level governance. And they were identified, they were clearly stated in the policy brief. It was circulated after, with the help of our communication team, it was circulated after the event, and I think it was open for everybody to be there, to look at it and to take ideas and be inspired. The next 4 slides reflect a little bit more specifically the feedback that we have per session. I will not go one point after the other. I will highlight some things, some issues that I consider that were very important and I think they can help us even more particular into the next program, into the current programming period and all the other initiatives and decisions that we would like to make. So starting from session 1, innovative approaches to a reasonable use of resources, I think it was really highlighted that clusters are a fundamental tool to support this collaboration between research and business. And of course, this is a theme that has been repeated, that is vital to find ways to engage local actors. This is very important. In all sessions, it has been identified that we need to engage people. And I think that through PANORAMED, we managed to do so. The second also have cross-sector and cross-border information sharing. We had, again, involvement of all stakeholders. In maritime, in the coastal and maritime tourism, it was very, very important that we need to design tourism joint activities and to agree on joint development activities on national tourism policy. Really, really important. Also, the same atmosphere it was also in the fourth session for multi-level governance. And if I'm going to reach the final conclusion, I would like to have you on board in this idea of mine, I hope of the rest of the task force, that PANORAMED dialogues really made a step towards better policies in the region, as in a sensitive area of multiple actors' policy initiatives, an issue to be addressed, we managed to identify priorities and to feed the thematic and horizontal governance priorities of the future program. And of course, I hope that we manage to influence and to inspire other programs, other initiatives, and of course, decision makers who were active in the Mediterranean area. I close, of course, with a photo. This is typical of me, and thanking all of you, all partners, project partners, associate partners, because without your help, it will not be easy to find. It will not be, eventually, we couldn't do that. And of course, I have to say, because I'm part of the task force, it was along with the colleagues from Spain, from the lead partner, from Portugal, and from France, that we managed to do that. Thank you very much. And I leave the floor.
Thank you very much, Stavroula. You did a very good presentation, and you were doing really the homework. You need to know that I asked a specific question, and not only she answered it, but she put it like in written in the last slide. So thank you very much for this exercise of being really, really concrete. So, voila, that was the second concrete example that we have heard on some of the achievements from the policy side of things that PANORAMED has achieved so far. We go now quickly for the third one. When Emilio was kind of providing an overview of the architecture of PANORAMED, there was one work package on mainstreaming. Mainstreaming is a work package where, led by Region PACA and Veronique, who is going to get the floor in a minute. They have experiment and pilot some test some critical processes in order to actively influence regional and horizontal policies in the Med region. And now we're going to hear some concrete examples, some ideas of what has happened and what were the main achievements. So, Veronique, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. So, as a work package 9 leader, we provided a methodological support to horizontal and strategic projects, which were the main contributors to Mediterranean public policy. We helped the projects to elaborate their strategies and tools to transfer results and improve public policies at regional, national, and transnational level. So, a quick view of my presentation. First, I will begin with a quick recap of activities carried out. These activities were carried out in 2 phases. The first one from 2018 to 2020 was a phase of experimentation implemented in 6 different territories. It had made possible to identify and formalize a methodology to strengthen the transfer of project results into public policy at regional and national level. And since 2020, the objective of the second phase of the mainstreaming work package is to use this methodology to support the horizontal and strategic projects of the Interreg-Med program in their mainstreaming activity. This support consisted of a series of methodological tools, as well as individual interviews and collective meetings. Each project were progressively able to develop its own approach and its own tools for implementing the transfer and mainstreaming approaches. Now we are speaking about the recommendation, and some principles were confirmed by this accompanying mission, and then they can be recalled. First, need to have a precise knowledge of the available outputs and the existence of detailed information and technical documents in a specific format allowing their transfer. Take into account the fact that not all outputs are necessarily relevant to initiate the transfer and mainstreaming processes. Ensure the availability of givers, modular projects, who want their project has been completed do not necessarily have the time and means to engage in a transfer process. Pay particular attention to the consideration of demand takers, bearing in mind that an output is only relevant to transfer if it corresponds to the needs of the other stakeholders. And provide significant resources for animation and mobilization of givers and takers, as well as the necessary resources to ensure effective transfer processes in the medium to long term. In terms of process, some main steps can be identified. The projects follow relatively similar approaches, and we can highlight their steps, their approaches. Step 1, identification of the most important outputs with a strong potential to transfer in relation to the projects at the origin of these outputs, givers. Step 2, identification of relevant partners for the transfer and mainstreaming process, takers, international, European, national, regional organization. Step 3, check with the takers that they really need and, if necessary, adapt the offer in line with the project behind the outputs, arousing the taker's interest. Step 4, develop a transfer strategy and plan with operational activities. And step 5, facilitate and maintain the process. How to identify the best project for the improvement of practices and public policies. First, setting up of catalogs of projects, knowledge platforms, smart search system. For example, the horizontal project biodiversity set up Mediterranean biodiversity protection catalogs. It was a template with common section to compile standardized tools profiles, and it was sent to the modular project to elaborate the catalog of outputs following the same structure. Or Green Growth, who set up a survey, developed a survey by the work package responsible for transferring and sent to all modular projects in the Green Growth community to list the available results, that could be part of a transfer process. This survey would result in a catalogue of the project. Then, definition of, it's important, the definition of selection criteria, indicators, evaluation grids to identify projects which highest potential. How to mobilize stakeholders and policymakers interested by cooperation projects and outputs. Mapping public policies, setting up of thematic cluster, capacity building workshop, focus group, mentoring, living lab, etc. For example, the horizontal project efficient building made an analysis of PANORAMED classification, previous involved stakeholders and relevant actors to select the more relevant targets to transfer, capitalization and communication activities. Or green growth, who set up a mapping of policies and green growth and related topics at regional, national and Mediterranean and European level. Or again, the horizontal project social and creative, transferring working groups, local, regional, med, that consisted in the organization and coordination of work within the virtual working groups between givers and takers. And now we see the examples of mainstreaming achievement at Mediterranean level. For example, biodiversity involved in the Mediterranean ecosystem-based approach declaration that was prepared with input from associated partners and key stakeholders, launched in Brussels at the European Parliament in 2018 and officially signed in Malaga in October 2019 by key authorities and Mediterranean organizations. Social and creative horizontal project set up the Bari Declaration. This declaration aims to create a transnational Mediterranean cluster devoted to creativity and social innovation, involving public authorities, business support organizations, sectoral agencies, research and education entities, creatives and social innovators, and civil society. And this cluster aims to promote sustainable growth in the Mediterranean area by fostering innovative concepts and practices, technologies, governance, etc. Reasonable use of resources, energy, water, maritime resource, and supporting social integration through integrated and territorially based cooperation approach. Actions validated by the cluster include the following: community building, transferring, and mainstreaming. Working group across the Mediterranean space aimed at discussing and implementing the most prominent results into exemplary and reusable policy templates, thus contributing to a new wave of evidence-based policy making. Another example, green growth. The horizontal project Green Growth developed a partnership with a key Mediterranean institution, the Union for the Mediterranean, and Green Growth participates in the Union for Mediterranean Task Force on environment and contribute to feeding future policy by integrating green growth community outcomes in the Union for Mediterranean framework. The project contributes to the definition to the 2030 agenda for a greener Mediterranean. efficient building, the horizontal project, also in order to achieve...
Please.
Sorry?
1 minute.
1 minute.
Yes.
Yes, efficient building in order to achieve its overall objective, as the select and develop a specific methodology for the main transferring and capitalization events, as detailed design and implementation of efficient building living labs, develop a capacity building workshop, webinars, and city twinning partnership. And to finalize, methodmosis, in the continuity of the work carried out during the experimental phase with the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy of Greece. Mainstreaming activities were continued in 2020 in connection with the start of the Med-Osmosis strategic project to improve the coordination of maritime surveillance capacity between the Mediterranean partners, developing multilateral coordination frameworks. That's everything I wanted to say. Thank you.
Which is a lot. Thank you very much, Veronique. You showed in your very last slide these 5 concrete examples of achievements on mainstreaming, on how to apply a methodology, a process into the mainstreaming of the findings of a number of projects into regional and horizontal policies. Now, we move to the last part of this session, and you are going to like this, because now we're going to talk to the think tanks of the projects, the engines of knowledge, of tourism, of innovation, of maritime surveillance. And these think tanks, how the way they have crystallized all the knowledge was through very various means, but overall the key policy papers. We have heard already about the critical feedback that these key policy papers received back in November last year at the PANORAMED dialogues. Now we're going to hear from them, from the main, I wouldn't say authors, because it was composed of a wide variety of experts, but those who have been behind this common exercise in the 3 selected topics. So we are going to start with tourism, with Mislav, please. Then we will continue with maritime surveillance, with Alexis, and then we finalize with innovation and Tatiana. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Javier. I will be very brief, don't worry. I haven't prepared a presentation for today. I will try to speak with my heart, because I think PANORAMED, and we all deserve that, because it really have a special part, not in my life, but also in my professional career. So, what did tourism group done in PANORAMED? We have done a lot. First of all, I need to say that we were quite unique group, because we have 2 leaders. One was Croatia, the other was the Tuscany. You know, you usually have 1 leader, 1 lead partner, 1 managing authority, but in this case we have 2 leaders, and it works quite well. Once let's say, one of the leaders slow down a little bit, the other push up a little bit, and we fill the gap for each other quite well, and I think that we successfully come to the end of this journey. On the other hand, what I emphasize at the very beginning of PANORAMED, I think the most important result and the most important strength of PANORAMED, the most important strength, not the results, was the people who participating in this group. Those were real experts in tourism who live day by day for tourism, who really know what kind of tourism do we want in the Mediterranean area. And they were our biggest strengths. Without them, we would not succeed, we would not produce, we would not set up all of these processes today. I will focus, of course, on the key policy paper, but I would just like to briefly go and tell you what we did from the very beginning. So at the very beginning, we analyzed what happened in Mediterranean area in tourism in the previous programming period, but also in the current programming period, because we started in 2017. One of our biggest success was the term of reference for the strategic projects, the first terms of reference that was created by the thematic experts, and strategic projects that are still in the implementation for today. We, of course, created also the synergies, so not because we as a group created those projects, so we didn't want to lose our attention to what is happening in that project, and that's why we have also coordination modalities with those projects, and we pay attention to them day by day. We monitor their we are monitoring their results, and we are, of course, having a lot of synergies with the partners in the projects and with their results. After that, we come to the point that we need also produce something materialized. Documents that should be based on the decision-making process for the new programming period. First, we produce the Gaps and Growth Opportunities report, but after that, after all this exchange, after all this knowledge that we have, we done the key policy paper. I'm very sorry that I didn't also mention, but not only are experts participating in this, we also have a very, very big support from the horizontal project, especially in tourism, but also from the other horizontal project in the program, but also from our associated partners. Their also contribution was very, very crucial, because this was, I would say, the most comprehensive results or the most comprehensive documents that you can get. When we started to develop key policy paper, of course, we use the same methodology, but we also noticed that we are constantly identifying issues, challenges, the problems. We are trying to deal with the problems, but nobody, gives you the recipe how to deal with the problems. Nobody gives you the recommendations. So we agree among ourselves that this key policy paper would not be just a list of the issues that were already identified, that they would be the concrete example how those issues should be resolved. And we created recommendations which are very concrete list of activities, list of methods, which of tools, how these results, these issues identified in the tourism in the Med area should be resolved. I would not go into the details of the content because all of these documents are published, all of these documents are on the website. We also have dedicated events in which we elaborated these documents a lot. What I would like just to touch upon is the first issue, and this is data sharing and harmonization as a basis for knowledge-based decision-making. I think that this is something that goes beyond the tourism, that is really necessary for the Mediterranean area, because we are, I would say, in the tourism sense, the most attractive area in Europe. But if we are looking globally, unfortunately, we are losing the race. There are globally more attractive at the moment area, not maybe in the natural, with their natural heritage or with, but definitely the area that the visitors, which are the most important, and the tourists, which are, of course, the most important statistic for the tourism, goes or went. So we need to cope with all of these things. We should not live on our old glory, and we should try to rethink how to improve all these things, how to evolve our cooperation into the new forms. I think PANORAMED achieved their results. It was a platform project. It was a really pilot project. But now, since we are having this kind of experience, I think that we can build more. So this is everything from my side. Thank you very much, and hope to meet you very, very soon in new PANORAMED. Or
absolutely, Mislav. Thank you very much for this. I think we have Manuela Vigi online to share some words very quickly. Is that the case? Hi, Manuela. Yes. How are you doing?
Hi,
Can you hear us?
Good morning. Good morning to everybody. Just a few words because Mislav, as always, was perfectly represent the WP. So as he's explained, we in fact were two, let's say, co-leaders. So it was not easy to manage everything because it was a very complicated project, but we managed at least. So I'm very happy. So my greetings to everybody in the room. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person, but I was following the presentation from here. Just one word about the, let's say, meaning of the work that we have done, because as Mislav said, we produced some documents, events, and so on, but the added value that PANORAMED was offering to us and to all the participants is the open dialogue that we created. So what we produced were not only documents, because there is a lot of documents about tourism on the web, and the university produced them and so on. The value of these documents was the shared vision that all relevant partners and stakeholders was creating. So as the video that PANORAMED was creating a unique voice for the Mediterranean. In fact, this was true also for our deliverables. So we tried to create a dialogue platform and a unique vision for the sustainable development of the tourism destination in the Mediterranean area. So this is only the message that I would like to leave for you, and I will be available for sure this afternoon in the further panel discussion on tourism. So thank you a lot, and best greetings from Tuscany too. Bye.
Thank you very much. It's a shame that you couldn't make it today for Madrid, but I'm sure that there will be other opportunities in the future to meet. Okay, so thank you very much. That was it for tourism. Now we give the floor to the second thematic pool or think tank of the project, maritime surveillance. Very, very related to the sea, of the Mediterranean Sea. So Alexis from Secretariat General de la Mer has the floor, please.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm Alexis Baum from Secretariat Général de la Mer, and I was in the work package 6. Secretariat Général de la Mer was the leader of this work package in PANORAMED related to maritime surveillance. And so before responding to the questions how this working group and the key policy paper feed the debates, I will just give you a quick summary of what we had in this key policy paper. That was released in October 2020 and made by a group of experts specifically gathering for this, first analyzing gaps and growth opportunities. And this key policy paper was updated a few weeks ago thanks to the participation of the strategic projects that were related to the World Package 6. So I will just highlight the threats and challenges which are in the context for maritime surveillance, and then I will just give you the few recommendations that we stressed. So for the threats, what we can say that we observed an increasing pressure on sea borders, areas and resources which are mainly due to extensive human activities, whether they are legal or illegal. So we have fisheries, illegal fisheries, smuggling activities, pollutions, and so on. And this requests, of course, a better monitoring of all those activities. But in the same time, we also face numerous challenges that are written on the slides. So the first one is how can we conciliate this complex and fragmenting aims and purpose of maritime surveillance? Because you have different actors, you have different organizations using different tools, sometimes different purpose, and whole, most of the time, operating in stovepipes. Then also, how can we improve the coordination of so many actors in order to optimize their knowledge, their policies, and the way they operate at sea and in this maritime surveillance domain? And also, specifically, how do we deal with, I would say, the problem of islands that are quite numerous in the Med Sea, because indeed they concentrate several of the potential issues and problematics that we will face in the future, because they are at the EU external borders and vulnerable to environmental issues, pollutions, demographic pressure, climate change, or immigrations, for instance. So with this, we stressed a few recommendations. So first, to encourage the cooperation between and with other countries. Then open up and get a more comprehensive approach on the problem, because all domains at sea, which are economy, environment, maritime safety, maritime security, fisheries, defense, all this should be actually more inclusive and not exclusive, because they are all related, and then they can support each other's, and which is the concept of the integrated maritime surveillance in the EU. And in the broader perspective, maritime surveillance should actually also benefit from collective efforts from local and private sectors, for instance. And I think that was also mentioned by the tourism group. It must not be just national authorities' efforts. And because they also have a lot of data to share and can be also very beneficial for this matter. Sorry, still on. There are also a few recommendations related to technological developments. So actually, maritime surveillance, I would say, domain doesn't lack of data, but as I explained, it's more about better sharing. And on the contrary, in the future, we will have more and more data, I would say huge quantity of data. And so we need to rely and to use digital transformation like big data or analytics to be able to better digest all this and support decision makers. This expandable quantity of data can also come from improved data sharing, and so we need to also work on processes and networks to support this with technology. And there is one concrete example which is interesting, the EU CISE that I think was mentioned this morning by Mr. Christophe Economou, which is the common environment sharing, common information sharing environment dedicated for the maritime domain to exchange information within all the Coast Guard communities, and that will very soon allow every domains such as the customs or fisheries or the defense to be able to communicate and have their systems interoperable. Maritime surveillance tools can also, at the end, benefit from technological development in the future. So I mentioned here the HAPS, which are the high altitude platform systems, because we need to push them to be mature and exportable for the future and to have a better view at sea. So that's my conclusion on this key policy paper. And now with this, I will try just to answer to the question, how does it feel?
In 1 minute, please. Alexis.
1 minute, so 1 minute, I think I had less than the 10 minutes, but okay. So the baseline, the maritime surveillance key policy paper was the baseline to identify 2 strategic projects. I think we will have some presentation this afternoon. Medosmosis and ShareMed, not focusing on the platform and sharing ideas, but developing some concrete and tangible results. The second point is that I think with this platform, PANORAMED, we created a community of interest to foster exchange. And for instance, myself, I would say I'm an ambassador of PANORAMED, so every time I have to study on maritime surveillance, either for France or for the EU, I use all the knowledge and all what we did here. Every time I apply for a research and development project, for instance, and I'm sure that everyone involved in this key policy paper and in my group is doing the same. And the third point is that this key policy paper, maritime surveillance, was mentioned in the UFM toward a sustainable blue economy in the Med region in the chapter related to maritime surveillance and maritime safety and security. So I think this demonstrates how we can feed the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for replying in such concrete manner to the question on how we have, as a PANORAMED, contributed to better governance. So now the question goes for you, Tatiana, and in the field of innovation. As we know, innovation is more cross-cutting aspect of the work that PANORAMED does. Innovation refers to all sectors of activity. And it's going to be very interesting to now listen for the next 8 minutes to Tatiana on how we have tackled this,
8 minutes, okay.
this target for innovation. Sorry, we're running slightly late, that's why.
Okay.
So, floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Javier. So, I would like first of all to put the key policy paper in the context, since the key policy paper is only a piece of a much more ambitious project, as we can see in the slide. The slide is showing the outputs and the outcomes of work package innovation in PANORAMED. The work package innovation is led by Generalitat de Catalunya and Josef Stefan Institute from Slovenia. Later than the other ones, started in December 2018. And the first goal was to elaborate and to deliver the analysis of the gaps and growth opportunities report related to the blue bioeconomy and to the governance of innovation policies in the Mediterranean. And for elaborating this report, of course, we had the inputs from many experts, from public administrations, and also from universities and from research institutes. I think that an important milestone in the work of these 2 years was the 2 days innovation camp in Barcelona in October 2019. In this camp, we discussed with a broad mix of Med actors about recommendations about possible actions to improve the governance of innovation policies to unlock the potential of the blue bioeconomy in the Med. So we engaged in fruitful discussions to define the scope for the future 2 innovation strategic projects, and also we discussed to define the context of the key policy paper. So the key collaborative work of policymakers, research and innovation experts, and Interreg-Med communities, and also associated partners. The starting point of the paper was the recognition that the Mediterranean is a very heterogeneous cooperation area with a great diversity of geographical, socioeconomic, and political context. And after many years of devoting time and efforts to improve the governance of the policies in the Med area, how to achieve a better governance continues to be a topic of concern for all actors involved. So the recommendations of the key policy paper have been oriented to improve the governance of innovation policies in the Mediterranean and to unlock the potential of the blue bioeconomy to become a driver for the prosperity of the Med area. The recommendations related to public policies focus on delivering common understandings on the Med challenges and on aligning the effort of the multiple strategies, programs, initiatives, actions, and projects to address these common challenges. There is a consensus in the Mediterranean to orient our efforts towards the SDGs, and the SDGs require radical transformations in our way of living, in our way of producing, of consumption, and therefore it's necessary to engage in transformative innovation policies and actions. The articulation of challenge-driven missions, alliances, or shared agendas aligning the efforts of different stakeholders towards common goals with the support of different strategies and programs is key to address the SDGs. And as we can see in the slide, the global trends in red, these global trends such as climate change or aging population, are destabilizing the systems in all countries. And programs like Interreg, Euromed, and other Med strategies should aim at mobilizing those stakeholders already working on developing alternatives to unsustainable dominant practices and aligning and supporting their efforts to advance towards these SDGs. So, in order to do that, it's important to map and to optimize the research and innovation infrastructures, capacities, and resources that we have in the Mediterranean, promoting new business models that facilitate the access for SMEs, and also the orientation of research and innovation towards Med challenges. Research, innovation, and technologies are very important, but when we are talking about societal challenges, the social dimension is as important as the technological one. So Med strategies and programs, in order to have a transformative impact, need to be connected with the dynamics at the regional and local levels, promoting technological and social experimentation in living labs and engaging citizens, public administrations, companies, together with universities and research and technological centers through alliances, through shared agendas, through missions, is necessary if we really want to address the SDGs, since, as I say, the SDGs require these radical transformations in our way of living. So the work package innovation has a strong focus on unlocking the potential of the blue bioeconomy, as I say. So it contains recommendations on that. The focus of the recommendations is to place the technology as an instrument to better address the SDGs. For that, again, it's relevant that we have a systemic understanding of the Med most pressing challenges. And starting from the challenges, we can define innovation roadmaps, we can identify capacities, we can identify the resources available, we can develop new metrics, new indicators to incentivize the orientation of the blue biotechnologies to address these challenges. And here again, knowledge transfer from research towards businesses, towards society is key. And again, the important role of living labs understood as spaces in which researchers work together with policymakers, with entrepreneurs, with citizens to explore these opportunities related to the blue bioeconomy and to co-develop alternatives to the current unsustainable practices. And to finish, the final slide, I would like to visualize that unlike in other projects in which the recommendations are the final objective or are the result, in our case, the recommendations have been the basis for designing the terms of reference of the two strategic projects. The two strategic projects are putting into practice some of the recommendations. BeBlue, for example, is building a challenge-driven blue biotechnology community in the Med, articulated through living labs, while Blue Biomed is articulating a multi-actor innovation alliance for a sustainable blue economy. Both projects are highly complementary, and we are collaborating, of course, with both of them, exploring how to co-develop common understandings of the Med challenges and how to articulate the necessary collective and transformative action to address them. The learnings from both projects will be relevant input for further recommendations for public policies. And furthermore, in order to develop the recommendations of advancing toward a Med common approach and of orienting research and innovation efforts towards the most pressing challenges in the Med related to sustainability transitions, we have collaborated with the Interreg Euromed Academy, and we have produced a MOOC on promoting innovation for sustainability transitions in the Med, which will be open until the end of the year. And in this MOOC, we develop and provide common frameworks that should facilitate a better governance for better innovation in the Med. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You didn't even get to the 8 minutes, so that's a perfect exercise of comprising all the relevant elements of information that you wanted to share. Perhaps we can keep the front recommendations toward concrete action, no, in the framework of innovation. So thank you very much for this. And clearly you have replied to the question of how PANORAMED, through this specific work package, has contributed to a better governance in the region and in the sea basin. So this is it for the session, for session 2. I think that I won't qualify or provide an adjective, but I think that it's a very wide variety of results from the policy side of things. It's of course up to you to judge and to put an adjective on these results in terms of its usefulness and the possibility to be capitalized in the near future. But there's a lot of food for thought, no doubt about that. So thank you very much all for this. Now we're going for a quick coffee break because we are running a little bit late, as you can see from the agenda. COVID restrictions allow apparently the ministry to provide you with coffee. We're very sorry about that. But downstairs there's a cafeteria and a vending machine, and you can help yourself to some coffee. But I would like to see you all back here in 15 minutes, if possible. So 12:15. Thank you very much.
Mediterranean. I see you. I feel you. All of my childhood memories make me think of you, your people, your fragrances, landscapes. No matter how far away I am, I can't stop thinking about you. None of the battles you saw defeated you. Far from it, they made you stronger. You are unique and diverse. Millenary civilizations have thrived around you, and we owe you so much. A new quest for improving governance is up and running. PANORAMED, a historical chance which brings together countries and people that feel the same way I do. Mediterranean. I see you, I feel you. Joint efforts to address common challenges are ready. Ensuring tourism sustainability in our shores. New solutions for strengthening maritime surveillance. Tackling environmental risks. Encouraging innovation and social initiatives. Only through cooperation will we reach our desire of enjoying a stronger Mediterranean. We want you to speak with one voice. For you, for us. PANORAMED. Mediterranean. I see you. I feel you. All of my childhood memories make me think of you, your people, your fragrances, landscapes. No matter how far away I am, I can't stop thinking about you. None of the battles you saw defeated you. Far from it, they made you stronger. You are unique and diverse. Millenary civilizations have thrived around you, and we owe you so much. A new quest for improving governance is up and running. PANORAMED, a historical chance which brings together countries and people that feel the same way I do. Mediterranean. I see you, I feel you. Joint efforts to address common challenges are ready. Ensuring tourism sustainability in our shores. New solutions for strengthening maritime surveillance. Tackling environmental risks. Encouraging innovation and social initiatives. Only through cooperation will we reach our desire of enjoying a stronger Mediterranean. We want you to speak with one voice. For you, for us. PANORAMED.
Much for coming back to the room just on time. We're about to start session 3. We at the beginning of the event we indicated that we were going to showcase the results of PANORAMED, and these results had a dual dimension. First one on policy. This is what we have just heard on the session 2. Now we go into those projects that under the umbrella of PANORAMED have been implemented and are being implemented during this period. 3 are the key topics, as we have just heard from the think tanks just before the coffee break, and 3 are the topics covered by the strategic projects. So as you can see in your respective agendas, we are going to kickstart with tourism. For this, we have 2 strategic projects, Best Med and Smart Med. Best Med, which is run by El Legado Andalusian Public Foundation, and Smart Med, where Maria Garcia from CPMR is present today here to share with us the results of the project. Now, in a similar way as under session 2, speakers have been kindly asked to constrain their message around 3 bullet points that you have in front of you. It's all about the key results. Out of those results, what can be considered as innovative aspects of those. And then, of course, we're in the context of Interreg, so this is all about replicability and the possibility of capitalize on the good things developed in the context of PANORAMED. So I'm sure that all these projects and the representatives have a lot to share with us today, and that they will enrich the discussions today answering to these key questions. So Julia, I think you're first, yes, for Best Med, and I think, colleagues, that Julia wanted to show right at the beginning of the presentation a video that they have prepared for Best Med. So if you can please play the button.
you. Si podemos poner el PowerPoint. Gracias. Well, this video is our presentation card of BestMed project. It's one of the deliverables of the project. First, I would like to thank the invitation of PANORAMED in order to present our contribution to governance in the field of sustainable tourism in the Med area of BestMed project in this final event. Today is a day to speak about concrete results and achievement. First achievement in our project, I think, is that BestMed is being a joint inspiring effort. I see the faces of different colleagues of BestMed here today, and it's been a long way with some difficulties, as Javier has remarked today, but I think we've done our best in order to capitalize, in order to start the mainstreaming, and in order to get tangible results. So along this time, BestMed project has been targeting the governance in sustainable and cultural tourism in the Mediterranean region, including the field of cultural roots. Accordingly, BestMed builds upon the works and results of previous projects on data management, such as MitoMed Plus, Destimate, or Co-Evolve, doing this work of data sharing that at some point it was required already in this call of InterregMed. In order to work for the Mediterranean smarter and greener, and to contribute at governance level to the transition towards a climate-neutral and resilient Mediterranean. So, how did we do it? How did we deal with this process? At this stage, I would like to present you the different tools that we have developed for this. First, we have the BestMed Sustainable and Cultural Path for managing the governance in cultural roots, the BestMed Open Platform, and the network of sustainable observatories of the Mediterranean in which we are already working. Right now, we are in the process of capitalizing these tools. For us, the final policy paper that we are going to present in our final event in Andalusia. We have to say that first, just a few words in order to speak you about how we have developed the BestMed Sustainable and Cultural Path model. We have to say that at governance level, monitoring is key to achieving a sustainable governance and management of cultural routes. By monitoring, route managers and regional policy makers with this system of indicators, which is the BestMed Sustainable and Cultural Path model, can take evidence-based decisions to manage routes and assess the social, economic, and environmental impacts, both positive and negative, related to them. This model has been coordinated by Lazio Region and developed by the CAS, Center for Advanced Studies in Tourism of the University of Bologna. This includes a 5-step implementation framework to ensure the results stemming from monitoring sustainability. So we have developed criteria that you have there: sustainable management, economic sustainability, and socio-cultural sustainability, and for us, last, environmental sustainability. These criteria are used as a bunch of indicators for the managers of the cultural routes in order to take this decision at policy level. Second, we have the joint model and the integrated approach will be promoted by the network of sustainable national and regional tourism observatories of the Mediterranean, in which we are already working. This will be a strategic tool to support expert planning, more informed decision-making, and improve the multi-level dialogue and coordination for sustainable tourism in the Mediterranean. This role has been mainly developed by our partner, Lazio Region and CPMR, that are joining here today in person in this event. It's going to be really, we have started to work in this resource center info hub that it is allocated on the BestMed website. And will be further promoted with other tools that will be developed in the, hopefully in the next programming period. This is a strategic tool to support expert planning, more informed decision making, and improve the multi-level dialogue. To improve tourism governance in the whole Mediterranean area, we really believe that it is necessary to connect the existing tourism observatories and entities and boost the development of this Mediterranean network of sustainable tourism observatories and try to maintain it with a long-term strategy and perspective. These actions should be performed while pursuing and supporting the work undertaken by the International Network of Sustainable Tourism Observatories in order to unlock, and this is very important as in our thoughts, the power of evidence-based decisions making at destination levels and foster sustainable tourism practice locally and globally. This is going to be possible. We are right now at the stage of developing this network. It is going to be possible by the means of a formal agreement of different involved public and private actors and stakeholders as European Commission, states and regions participating in the InterregMed program. So, in this sense, the partnership of BestMed project, we are going to be designers, and then different institutions and local public level, they are going to be invited to make their adhesion to this network in a later stage of development. I wanted to speak you as well about the tools that we have developed. The last one is the BestMed Open Platform, addressed to increase the availability and strategic use of the necessary data and information in the tourism sector by creating comparable and usable data collection and making them accessible. The online platform has been developed by Maribor University, Slovenia, and efficiently targets this objective as it is an easy-to-use tool to gather data for cultural routes and allows as well efficient monitoring of social, economic, and environmental outcomes. The main functionality of this online platform is the self-assessment form for the managers of the cultural route that enables monitoring of the sustainable practice. So we would like to speak now about the concrete actions. We have spoken about the tools, and now we go with the concrete actions and, let's say, actions that we have maintained along all the life of BestMed project. These are permanent contributions to the scheme coordination modalities of PANORAMED, the coordination with the Med Sustainable Tourism Community, the horizontal project, which has been very fruitful, the collaboration with other strategic projects, in this case, mainly with our colleagues from SmartMed project, and the policy paper with recommendations that we are already working. We can see in this diagram our contribution. This is a summary of that we have already done. It's addressed to tangible interaction at different levels with organization as well with policy learning seminar, living labs and focus groups. Real networking of tourism actors. This is very important. But in our thoughts, this real networking, sustainable in time, must be accompanied by concrete results, the exchange of experience among the different testing areas involved in the project, and the creation of synergies across the Med countries through 3 joint transnational seminars that we have been organized. The first seminar was online because of the health situation, and then we organized one in Greece, and the last one is going to be in Calabria in the next month of May. Currently, we are working on the policy paper for joint transnational action to be applied in the next programming period, which is going to be the key final deliverable of the project. It's going to be signed by all the partners of BestMed project, and later on the initiative is open to requests for adhesion of public and private bodies involved in data collection and analysis. Not only for the improvement of the way they assess tourism trends for different purposes, but also for developing and boosting deeper analysis and their own tourism strategies. In this sense, we are going to take into account the main conclusions, important conclusion for us, of the document PANORAMED Dialogues Policy Brief concerning the improvement of the multi-level governance in the Mediterranean in support of sustainable development, which has different levels. A common vision for the region's future, to find ways to prioritize the actions needed to secure a sustainable future for the Mediterranean region, and to include expert views on policies that can be helpful in linking the need to protect the environment to socio-economic development of the Med area, and the need of experts to explore mechanisms to strengthen the capacities and the role of local levels to address Med challenges. So right now, as I was telling, we are working on this policy paper, but what we have clear enough is that it's going to have two different parts, which are first the statements. One of the statements will be the adoption of a participatory approach and cooperation between different stakeholders, which is crucial for sustainability monitoring and for an efficient governance of tourism. And the other part that is going to be for sure in this chart is the recommendations. In the part of the recommendations, we can advance that the policy paper will focus on the fact that there is a huge potential for sustainable tourism in using big data to gain relevant insights and information on customers' experience, interests, opinions, and so on, and for policymakers and authorities to create value out of this data and improve sustainable tourism management. We are talking here in our thoughts for the next programming period on the importance and the relevance of data sharing and data management. So in some way, the efforts must go right in that direction. Yeah, I'm almost done. So we have here another statement that will be included in the chart, which is the relevance of the connection of the existing tourism observatories and entities of the, let's say, connecting, the importance of connect all these points that now are isolated with this network, which is something important for coordinated strategy. And another statement that is going to be these actions should be performed while pursuing and supporting the work already undertaken by the International Network of Sustainable Tourism Observatories in order to unlock the power of evidence-based decisions making at destination level and foster sustainable tourism practices locally and globally at a governance level. So this could be all for today. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So data sharing and how to take decisions based on data and on evidence. And you have pilot this process of interchange of data through these cultural routes in different parts of the Met. Indeed, really interesting and incorporating some innovative aspects, no doubt about that. Thank you very much. And now let's go for the second tourism project, Smart Met. Maria Garcés, you have the floor. Please stick to your time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, good morning. Buenos días a todos y a todas. I'm happy to present you with the twin brother of BestMed. So, as you probably know, Smart Med project is led by the Ministry of Tourism of the Republic of Croatia. And we are a partnership of 13 partners, among which CPMR, the Conference of Peripheral Maritime Regions that I work for. And we count also on 8 associated partners. I would like to give you a general overview of the vision of this project. So we are working in order to develop the Mediterranean as an attractive, smart, and inclusive destination, mainly by empowering public and private tourism stakeholders. So really, Smart Med is about building more structured and enhanced cooperation among all the multi-level stakeholders that are involved in developing and deploying tourism integrated policies and innovative solutions for smart Mediterranean destinations. So based on this ambitious vision, let's say, we identify 3 concrete outputs, which are to set a common, the Mediterranean tourism cooperation as a common platform for joint action. We also focus on strengthening capacities of all involved stakeholders in tourism businesses and tourism policymaking. And we are also working to reinforce the competitiveness of the Mediterranean destinations, mainly by designing, developing, testing, and assessing a smart tourism business model. So today I've been asked to present some key results. So we will go through these different steps of the project. So we will go into the smart tourism business model that has been developed. We will also look at the SmartMed e-learning platform, and finally, the so-called innovation hubs. So some of these results are already available and developed. Others are still under construction, or we are still working on them. So to start with the smart tourism business model, this is a model that intends to provide a common and innovative vision, as well as concrete measures and guidelines to achieve a smarter tourism in the Mediterranean area. It's built on the global trends of the sector and also on the existing smart city policies and best practices. So based on how we did start with this work, what's the story behind this smart business model? Well, the partnership started carrying out comprehensive preliminary research on the policies, the strategic and legal framework of smart tourism in their countries. And then we further developed this research with some stakeholder exchange, so stakeholders that are working on the ground. And based on the finding of this research, it was decided by the partnership that the future and now a reality, a smart tourism business model should be built on 4 concrete smart tourism development objectives. So we are working to achieve, or we are providing guidelines to achieve a more sustainable tourism that is closer to citizens, that is skillful and competitive all year round, and that integrates technology and encourages innovation. So based on these objectives, the smart tourism business model has developed a strategic-based and provided instrument to partners and later on also to Mediterranean regions in order to exchange best practices, but also to achieve a high-level common understanding of different matters such as sustainable tourism, the importance of inclusiveness and participation in tourism, as well as the importance of digital literacy and the use of digital systems in the sector. The model also provides a strategic framework to brand the Mediterranean as a smart and sustainable destination, to promote and encourage innovative solutions, and also to position the Mediterranean as an inclusive destination where all stakeholders, public, private, and also visitors and citizens have a say in the decision-making process. The model also provides concrete guidelines and measures to further develop human capital in tourism in the Mediterranean, and also provides institutional instruments for capacity building and better management of tourism labor market. So I keep insisting that the model provides concrete solutions and guidelines, but I think it's not the moment, and I think Javier would kill me if I go through all the details of this model. So I just invite you to go to our website, the SmartMed website, and have a look on the concrete measures. I will just highlight some of them. For instance, we encourage or propose the preparation and the setup of the so-called smart tourism hubs. So these hubs would be deployed around the Mediterranean, and they are aimed at research and innovation, education, exchange, networking, and promotion of smart tourism. And the idea is that these different smart tourism hubs deployed around the Mediterranean would then be connected through a network that would ensure this cross-country knowledge and experience exchange. Another concrete measure that we support or that we put forward within the model is the improving of the regulatory and strategic frameworks for smart tourism in order to transform them into truly and quality smart tourism enablers. So one concrete measure that is set in the model is, for instance, the creation of a software solution that would allow us to identify these regulatory barriers, and also it sets protocols to exchange best practices on how to remove these barriers indeed. So last but not least, regarding the smart business model, just let me mention that we have tested this model through 8 multi-level stakeholders pilot initiatives in different Mediterranean areas and contexts. And this implementation of the model has allowed us to lead to innovative practical solutions, and also to keep gathering recommendations and experiences on a smart tourism development. So now the partnership is in the process of gathering the inputs, the experiences and results of these pilot initiatives in order to fine-tune and calibrate this model in order to make it fit or match the specific needs of the Mediterranean as a whole, and so beyond the partnership. Now let's move into the second key result, is the SmartMed e-learning platform. As I was already advancing before, another key pillar for the project is related to strengthening capacity. So really, SmartMed is about empowering stakeholders in order to ensure a public and private tourism sector that is capable. So previously to the implementation of the pilot initiative that I was mentioning before, the partnership developed and designed and also implemented a series of training and capacity building materials and sessions that involve the stakeholders that then have been involved in the project, for instance, in the pilot initiatives, mainly focusing on empowering tourism entrepreneurs in digital skills and other related skills necessary to better manage destinations and for sustainable tourism, and always focusing or following the guidelines included in the smart business model. So this is a result that is still under development, but the partnership has already worked on the structure and the design of this e-learning platform, and we for sure we will include the educational material that has been designed throughout the project, but this e-learning platform is intended to be something else. So it's important to be also an important tool for networking and dissemination of information regarding the implementation of the model, be it by the project partners, but also be it through other stakeholders in the Mediterranean region. So the e-learning platform, as I was saying, is still not in place, but we expect it to be updated with new training materials that always try to match the needs in terms of skills and learning of the sector. And it will be open beyond the partnership, of course, to all stakeholders, and also accessible once the project ends, because it will be gathered in an external server with the idea that at some point it will be also further developed and hosted in another initiative, for instance, the Mediterranean Tourism Network Platforms of Innovation Hubs, which brings me to the last key result. So this Mediterranean Tourism Network Platform of Innovation Hubs is one of the key results that the SmartMed wants to leave ready to be harnessed in the future. So indeed, based on the previous steps and what we see that the SmartMed has been doing, we will be delivering a report on how to establish this network platform that will be intended to facilitate the exchange of experiences, to encourage collaboration and jointly work, and it's a way for us to ensure the continuity and the sustainability of our work and cooperation within SmartMed. So as I was saying, we will be basing this report on the lessons learned from SmartMed, but also taking into account the lessons learned from the InterRegMed Sustainable Tourism Community, the PANORAMED Governance Platform, and of course the InterRegMed program itself. So this network will also, or the report will include all the elements that will be necessary in order to bring to real life this network. So we will include the stakeholders' participation models, mechanisms for the implementation, how to embed the e-learning platform that I mentioned before. And so we believe that this is a good legacy or an important legacy that the SmartMed project will leave for future projects and initiatives to build upon and to further develop. So to keep answering the questions that Javier provided us, what are the innovative aspects? Well, SmartMed brings innovation through a lot of different activities, but of course we can particularly highlight the policy innovative solution that it has promoted, developed and tested through the pilot initiatives. Just to mention some concrete examples, some partners are developing a platform collecting and analyzing big data in order to shape and adapt tourism policies and strategies. Others are, for instance, implementing a regional smart tourism hub that is working both as a tourism observatory, but also as a knowledge or research center. So this is just concrete examples of innovative solutions that are being created through our project. And of course, SmartMed is also encouraging or supporting innovation, dedicating a specific pillar to innovation in tourism in the model, in the smart business model. Because innovation is not only encouraged, but also guided and directed through the model. Finally, regarding the replicability and capitalization of results, well, the SmartMed project has been specifically designed to be or to ensure the maximum transferability of its outputs beyond the partnership. For instance, the smart business model, as I was saying, we're now working to calibrate it and to make it transferable to the whole Mediterranean region. Also, the pilot initiatives that have been testing the model, when we were selecting them, one key element that we were considering was particularly the possibility of replicating these experiences in other territories and areas. And we are also now, or we have already evaluated and assessed these experiences, and we also took into account the mainstreaming potential of this pilot initiative. And indeed, the three key results that I presented today, I think they have great potential for capitalization and to further build upon them. We are just now drafting a report also on recommendations and guidelines for post-2020 Interreg projects, so identifying the ways in which the SmartMed effort, tools, and results can be further developed into future projects. So indeed, we think that these three main results, so the model, but also the e-learning platform and the innovation hubs, truly can match the priorities of the sector in this new programming period. So without going any further, we see in the recently launched tourism transition pathway in which some of SmartMed partners participated. Yeah, it's the final word, thanks. We also participated, some of the SmartMed partners participated in this consultation process, and we're happy to see that in the final document of this transition pathway for tourism, we see some statements or objectives that are related to the work and experience of SmartMed. For instance, the establishment of destination management models that support collaborative governance, which includes public and private stakeholders, residents, as well as visitors. This is just an example of matters in which the SmartMed can bring an important experience, and that we think it's important to keep building on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the exercise done in a very brilliant way, I would say. Very clear what the results are and what they will be in the very near future. Also the innovative aspects and clearly the replicability possibilities. And also, very interesting to hear the complementarity in the two, in between the two projects, whereby you are more dealing on capacities, on the actual business models to be implemented, and creating these hubs for innovation. It would be also nice to hear after lunch the links in between the innovation working group and what you have been done or you are doing now through the innovation hubs. And yes, very complementary to this very hot topic on data and data sharing, which is not only a hot topic in tourism, but also in all the policies regarding blue economy, and especially we see that as within the maritime special planning world, how data sharing and data management are critical in order to continuing building in the development of a number of blue economy sectors. So thank you very much both for this. It was really enriching and to the point as we were asking, so thank you. Now we move to maritime surveillance. And we have Cosimo Solidoro with us representing ShareMed. Cosimo comes from the Italian National Institute of Oceanography and Applied Geophysics, which is quite a long name, as you can see. And he's going to present to us the key results of ShareMed. So the floor is yours, Cosimo.
Thank you. And so I cannot see the presentation that I see there. Good. So ShareMed is a strategic project, as you know, and our goal was to increase the capability and enhance the capability of deal with pollution and environmental threats, and to do that together at the multi-level, as you say here in this PANORAMED environment. And so we plan to enhance observing and assessing capabilities, sharing knowledge, building common framework, roadmap, and action plan. And the idea was sort of learning by doing. We target 3 types of stakeholders that were stakeholders representing people that need something, because pollution and environmental threats is a very wide range of possible manners, and we want to have people around the table to prioritize ranking their agenda. And then we get another type of stakeholder that were the people already managing some observation capabilities, some infrastructure, something, and willing to share this capability. And then experts, possibly also outside the project, able to help us to pull together this knowledge and more efficiently answer to the problem. So, in a nutshell, the idea was to design a transnational system of systems for observing and assessing. And this, well, when I first wrote this stuff, I said, not really novel. I mean, we have been talking about this for maybe 20 years, but we never did. If you're going around, you cannot point your finger and see a really working system of systems for observation and assessing. And so how come it has not been done? And of course, there are 2 different challenges. There is the technological challenge that we can face pretty easily, I would say, and then there's the governance challenge. And we also realize that it's much more difficult to address this kind of challenge. So the easiest part before, observing capabilities from a technical point of view. We wanted to enlarge our capability, and we focus on different levels, HF radar, meaning, well, I realize that here is not the audience for a very technical topic, but I mean, these are machines that give you the currents of the sea using Doppler effect. Something that we can have and we can use to sustain and boost our capability to make projection of the near future. and of course satellite, but more importantly, we want to enlarge the biological dimension, and we focus on several tools which are the environmental DNA and metabarcoding. So the capability to go into the sea, take a soup, the sea, smell it, see, there was a shark over here, there was something. You try to recognize the ingredients of this tool through the DNA fragments that you find into the sea. And then the capability to make a short-range projection near the coast. This is relocatable, high-resolution physical and biochemical short-term forecast system. So those was the ingredients of the technological component. And this rendogram is instead the, looking for the pointer, yeah, the governance problem. I mean, we recognize that we have at least two different entities. We have the scientific institution that manage observing system, but they do so because they are answering to their own agenda and scientific question funded by some research funding agency. And then we get the people that are responsible for monitoring have the mandate from EU, and in order to respond to local plans directing national laws, they have to manage their own system. So what's the point? The point is that there are many different authorities, local, regional, and national, whatever, that do have a thermometer, a salinometer, something to measure the sea. But then, when you make a question, what's the temperature of the sea near Marseille, you may have 20 different questions. And this is either a waste or a source of confusion. You want to be able to have a joint assessment, a coherent delivery of whatever you want. But this requires some agreement, some framework for sharing and joint assessing and delivering. And we decided to try to learning by doing, 3 different sites, try to set up a joint system to see whether or not we were able to share technological capabilities and also the governance part. And the technological part was pretty fine. Here you get some example of what we deployed at the sea in the different sites. I skipped that because this is not the point. One of the points is that you may go to the link, if you like, this one. And so you see here you get these common share web GIS for different layer of information for one of our sites. But mind you, this is not just another web GIS. There are so many of them. The point, this is another one for the North Adriatic stuff. Some of these points are owned by some authorities, like the Italian regional authorities. Some are from the civilian protection, some from the regional authority for environmental stuff. Some are Italian, some are Slovenian. So we did manage to bring together different authorities and share their own result. And these are, well, if you click to the point, you get the possibility to have time series, but that's not what I wanted to show. This is a radar. This gives you a map of surface current. The point of this slide is to share that this is not an Italian radar. This is not a Slovenian radar. This is a co-ownership. The radar works if you have different antennas in different places. And so we did manage to have a share pretty complex tool to monitor the system. And so this also was a very good achievement, I would say. I will move on. Relocatable short-term forecast system for coastal areas. So we start developing a model like a weather projection, weather forecaster. In this case, is a sea forecaster for physical parameter, but also for biogeochemical parameter, like nutrient, chlorophyll, not up to fishes, because that's too difficult now, but up to the food fishes prey upon. And we try to develop this in one of the test regions and then to export, transfer the result in different regions. And we did it. So this is the northwestern Med. This is the Balearic area. This is again the Balearic area. We are deploying this also in the Sicily channels. And this instead, and this also, this one, is, I would say, a major difference between the usual WebGIS that you may see everywhere, because in our WebGIS, you also have the possibility to click a pulsant and get a short-term forecast of what's going to be DC in the next 3 or 4 days. And this is run automatically and is up and running. You can go and check. And that's for the historical part. We also make a compilation, joint compilation again of different layers of vulnerability, exposure, up to have an estimate of the risk for different layer of environmental threats that stakeholders say they were interested in, like heat waves rather than pollution or plastic, so chemical contamination and stuff. So all goods? No. We did not manage to do everything we wanted. It was relatively easy to harmonize the agenda and go into the technical component of the challenge, but it was not very easy. It was more difficult to align the objective of the different stakeholders because, you know, if I have the mandate to measure the temperature of the sea, I don't care if you have a better thermometer than mine. I have the responsibility to measure the sea. I want to own my own thermometer. And so it's not very easy to find an agreement with different actors and ask them to trust each other and share this idea and how to go on with this common system. And indeed, it was almost impossible to share the ownership of our tool. We did it with the Slovenian partner that we saw before between Italy and Slovenia for the radar, but that was a very peculiar case just because the owner were both scientific institutions. It was not possible to engage in this also non-scientific institution. And so we made some reflection about that. How come we were not able to sign any protocol, any MOU, in order to have a joint assessment, very important, which is the joint share idea on sea temperature, joint delivery, who is going to say what is the temperature, and joint management of the observing system for the future. And one of the answer that we gave to ourselves is that our table was not powerful enough. If you are perceived as a very powerful actor, others may join you and be willing to participate, but if they feel that they can do their own stuff without mingling with you, well, they don't care. And then separate funding channels, we do not want people overcrossing, competing from the same pool of money, and possibly also quite important, in order to make visible how useful is this kind of stuff, you have to have the system up and running for quite a long time, so that people recognize that there is some utility. And the 2-3 years of the project were not enough for that. Closing on a positive note, we did several activities in order to transfer our, capitalize our result, transfer our knowledge to different partners, and also beyond the project. One that was rather successful was the possibility to provide support and expertise in order to make other people to do something that we already did. So we make a call and gave fund and support for whoever, also outside the project, who are willing to try to implement something that we develop in their own site. And we got maybe 25 applications also from the southern part of the Mediterranean, like the Tunisian and so on. And this is it.
Well, thank you very much, Cosimo, for this. It was really interesting. And it's kind of something, no, that we hear that the scientific challenge is not as big as the governance challenge. And on the governance side of things, there's still a lot to be done, because if we don't manage to sign this memorandum of understanding or some sort of agreement that parties need to comply with, then there's still a little bit of work ahead of us. So thank you very much for saying this, and definitely something to take in the wrap-up session after lunch to be discussed. Thank you. And our last speaker for the before we go for lunch, that I'm sure you all are looking forward to that moment, is Dimitrios Panagopoulos. I'm sorry in advance for my pronunciation of your name. Who is going to share with us the Medosmosis results, Mediterranean governance for the strategic maritime surveillance and safety issues. So, Dimitrios, can you hear us well?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So the floor is yours. Please take your 10 minutes now. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you, PANORAMED, for the invitation. We will try to give firstly a short overview of the project objectives and results as we are going through the last 6 months of the project. In a few words, some information of the project. The Medosmosis strategic project consists of 10 partners among the Mediterranean area, with a total budget of 3 million euros, and it will last until this September. We prioritized our efforts in foster collaborations and synergies among multi-level governmental authorities, where the main objectives were to achieve a multi-level governmental cooperation, to exploit maritime surveillance technologies, to support a sustainable alliance for maritime safety and security, to examine gaps and recognize opportunities, to increase interoperability and sharing of data, and to improve surveillance capacities in terms of plenitude and reliability of data. By that means, there are these 3 thematic categories to present in order to organize better the presentations of our results. The studying activities based on the global report, need analysis, and the data collection, the 3 pilot studies that were done, which tested several applications and platforms on the field of maritime surveillance, and the scheduled capitalization and transferring activities. In terms of the studying activities, the main results is the global report that it was conducted among over 60 participants and referred over 20 activities. The resulting report, compiled by Sean Partner, was divided into 2 parts. The first part gave an overall view of the maritime surveillance sector. The second part offered a detailed analysis by country. This report is a useful first step in understanding the sector by providing a map of the actors and tools and data involved in maritime surveillance. It also illustrated the gaps in terms of access, sharing, and interoperability of data on a national or international level. The report is available on the Medosmosis website. Concerning the data collection section, which is still implemented, the purpose was to collect a core list of thematic data, such as urgent nautical information, maritime limits and their standards, and web services, as well as a list of existing platforms. The thematic data were planned to support the pilot activities, for example, for Greece, and in the updating of the existing WebGIS platform, the target was to introduce specific meteorological characteristics and data online and in real time. Certain other additional data sets were also introduced, such as climatological atlas of currents and drifting objects database and visualization on a geoportal. All this information refer to specific tools such as the CosmoView tool applied by Spanish partner and the WebGIS portal applied by Greece. In the last figure, you can see the CosmoView open source tool useful for visualizing oceanographic data. It has GIS capabilities with focuses on ocean currents from multiple sources and coupled to a specific particle tracking model for search and rescue operations. Just a few words now for the 3 pilot activities that took place. The first pilot activity refers to Italy and the app project, which is a data portal managed by the Italian Navy and the department of the Italian Hydrographical Office, involving various stakeholders such as Coast Guard authorities, port authorities, marine area operators, research institutions, etc. It is a web GIS interface with visualization on nautical charts that take data and respectively provide back useful information to the above actors. It is important for this stage that this portal retrieves standards of the IHO method. In the next slide, here is a characteristic scene of the flow information before it is notified to the user, to the final user. The structure is based on a marine spatial data infrastructure that integrates WMS and WFS services after some checking procedures. Another pilot study concerns navigation warning. Navigation warnings are crucial for navigation, safety, and for maritime surveillance activities, as they give information on new hazards, temporary activities, new restricted areas, etc., all affecting the maritime traffic. Today, a navigation warning is only a text, usually including geographical coordinates, that the user has to read and plot onto a chart. User systems need data format, therefore digitizing is required for a wider and safer dissemination. This implies that marine spatial information should be interoperable through standardized data and accessible according to the standardized exchange protocols. Concerning the pilot of the French partner SOM, it is about a system to provide automatic access to nav warnings following IHO S124 standards. It allows two kinds of accesses through WFS system, facilitating their integration into other visions and GIS systems, and secondly, as an AP REST service. You can see the structure first and the implementation in a web portal for the northwestern Mediterranean region. A second aspect of the pilot study has been to build connectors between SOM legacy system to the CISA network. Integrating SOM's data to the CISA network was a great opportunity to demonstrate the importance of the data produced by the hydrographic services with regards to the running of maritime surveillance activities. Joining this CISA network will help SOM enhance the level of cooperation and improve the quality of support for Coast Guard activities in both countries, France and in Europe. The following data is immediately available for integration into CISA, and they have been already published on SOM's online data portal. For example, maritime cartography, regulatory maritime limits and restricted areas, coastline, etc. Moving to the third pilot activity, it concerns a search and rescue pilot study between Spain and Greece. The main goals were to integrate several search and rescue tools into a WebGIS operation platform, to assess and compare the effectiveness of different available standalone software, to correlate data from other sources and to enrich decision-making processes during search and rescue operations, etc. More specifically, in this slide, we have the results of the exercise that took place between the Spanish and the French waters last February. The exercise consisted in deploying drifters, 2 dummies, and a life raft, and comparing the real tracking with forecasting tools. The results are still being analyzed. In this slide, there were several training courses concerning the CosmoView tools with attraction of stakeholders, and events that took place respectively regarding the pilot studies. In terms of transferring and capitalization tasks, which are still under implementation, several events are still scheduled, still ahead. There are 4 events for capitalization and transferring with their corresponding reports, 1 memorandum of understanding, 2 policy recommendations, a Medosmosis online forum blogspot, which is active in order to interact with actors in maritime surveillance. Finally, in terms of outer dissemination and communication of the project, there are several newsletters planned, a blog, and several social media tools that they were activated. We would like all to thank, particularly to thank Emilio Garcia Ladona, who is present at your event from CSIC partner, for his valuable help in providing all the material for the presentation, and also to thank Armel and Stratos for their assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you, Dimitrios. Very interesting presentation again. We see that there's still 6 months ahead for this project in order to complete the journey and to offer the complete set of results from this, but we see very interesting developments on data management, information management, how to make the display of information more efficient, how to implement better navigation warning systems, and also very interesting to hear about this pilot on rescue activities in full cooperation in different subsea basins of the Mediterranean. So thank you very much for this. It's been, I think, very, very rich in terms of the tangible results that under PANORAMED have taken place and continue to take place, as we can see from Medosmosis, and also from some of the parts of SmartMed and the ShareMed. So that's it for this session. I thank you very much for your attention. And now it's about time, yeah, that we go for lunch. We're going to break for 1 hour, so strictly we need to come back at 12:30. We will start at 12:30, so we can keep it more or less on time from the initial schedule. I believe, I can see that there's already the packet lunch ready for people to collect it, and then yeah, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in 1 hour time. Yeah.
Mediterranean, I see you. I feel you. All of my childhood memories make me think of you, your people, your fragrances, landscapes. No matter how far away I am, I can't stop thinking about you. None of the battles you saw defeated you. Far from it, they made you stronger. You are unique and diverse. Millenary civilizations have thrived around you, and we owe you so much. A new quest for improving governance is up and running. PANORAMED, a historical chance which brings together countries and people that feel the same way I do. Mediterranean, I see you, I feel you. Joint efforts to address common challenges are ready. Ensuring tourism sustainability in our shores. New solutions for strengthening maritime surveillance. Tackling environmental risks, encouraging innovation and social initiatives. Only through cooperation will we reach our desire of enjoying a stronger Mediterranean. We want you to speak with one voice. For you, for us. PANORAMED.
Event and restart the discussions with the presentations of the last two strategic projects, which have been developed under the umbrella of PANORAMED. Before lunch we were discussing maritime surveillance and tourism, now it is the time to discuss innovation, the strategic projects on innovation, and for this we count with two projects, BeBlue and Blue Biomed. For BeBlue, Christian Chiavetta is here with us, present, and for Blue Biomed, Stefano Valentini will participate online from Italy. So, Christian, the floor is yours, and if you can respond to the three questions, key results, innovative aspects, and transferability possibilities, that would be great. Okay? Yeah. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Javier, for introducing me, and thanks to the PANORAMED project for inviting me. I'm starting this afternoon session. It will be not that easy to raise your attention after the lunch break. During the lunch, I thought about a tip I got from a journalist, a friend of mine, about catching the attention when I try to share a message. And he told me once, always tell a story. That's the best way to be effective in sharing a message. So in these 10 minutes I have, I would like to tell you the story of BeBlue and the role of PANORAMED in this story. That's how the story started. These are the challenges identified by PANORAMED in order to tackle the fragmentation and all the issues faced by the blue biotech sector at med level. So we started from these criticalities, and we developed this project together with 10 partners and more than 15 associated partners, trying to set as main goal to build the med blue biotechnology community and activate a coordination mechanism in the blue biotechnology sector at Mediterranean level. We should thank PANORAMED for starting the process, but also for giving us the chance to collaborate from the beginning with the other strategic project my friend Stefano Valentini will present very soon, because we were shortlisted by a tailored process in order to develop these projects with a co-design process. And taking advantage of this framework, we have been able to develop some specific activities in collaboration with Blue Biomed. And these activities pave the way in order to develop the main results of both the projects, that is the Med Alliance, the Med Innovation Alliance, Stefano will talk you about. The next slide is coming, I think. This is basically the main result we got. We developed this multi-layer integrated structure. Basically, we have a digital layer and a territorial layer. I would like to focus first on the territorial layer. And this layer is very coherent with something already discussed and presented before during the morning by Tatiana, because we followed the Living Lab approach, and also by the SmartMed project with the innovation hubs presented previously. We developed 5 pilot activities with a totally collaborative and co-design process. So we shaped the approach, but then the organization involved at territorial level, guided by a Sherpa group involving partners and key actors at territorial level of the blue biotech sector, define the priorities and the key sector, the value chains to be addressed. This is a specific focus on what we did because we as Enea participated also in this process at Italian level in Apulia region, together with CNR and Apulia region, of course, and together with some stakeholders in order to develop knowledge on one hand, but also to share it and promote collaboration on this knowledge developed within the hub, and try to also put the basis for an advocacy process. We are structuring this activity, and we are connecting this territorial level, this physical level, with the digital level, digital layer we are developing, exploiting the Marina platform, an already existing platform already used by several InterregMed projects, among them the Blue Growth community. Sorry. Within this platform, we created our own community with several members, populated by several members, and where you can find also some learning material and some documents we developed during the project. About what we would like to see capitalized in the next future, of course, the hub approach is something I think we share with several projects, and a connection of the hubs developed, the hubs of the living labs developed in the InterregMed projects, or even by project funded by other programs. I think it's an option. We are working on this hub alliance, and we are also working, thanks to the PANORAMED support and specifically by the support of Catalonia region, on trying to make this experience a transformative one. So Tatiana developed an approach in order to self-assess the experience of this living lab and try to understand if these approaches are transformative or not. And the idea is to develop a framework in order to support this structure, these territorial labs, in order to be transformative. The other issue we would like to see capitalized in the next future is, of course, the community we developed. And this could be a vertical approach within the Mediterranean Innovation Alliance for Sustainable Blue Economy, Blue Biomed is focusing on. And the overall Blue Biotechnologies cooperation mechanism will be included and will support this wider alliance. The idea is to enlarge also the scope. We are working from the beginning, also exploiting previous experiences and projects in order to involve also the Southern Shores countries. We are supporting, and we are supported by the WestMed initiative in this process, and thanks to the collaboration we have with the Cluster BIG, the Italian Blue, the Blue Italian Growth Cluster on Maritime Organization and the Cluster Maritime Tunisian. We are trying also to develop specific actions involving both the clusters. Very last slide from my side. Any good stories, I think, should consider a party in it. So our party will be our final conference. It will be in May, 4th and 5th, sorry. It will be a showcase during the morning of the first day of all the results and the connection we have been able to create, not just with Blue Biomed, but also with other coherent initiatives. And then in the afternoon and in the following day, we will work on shaping the Med Alliance and the specific working groups on blue biotechnologies and hubs, on the hubs application at territorial level. So please save the date and follow the process. That's it from my side. End of the story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian, for this very concise and to-the-point presentation. It's all about building communities, yeah? They are doing it on vertical and horizontal levels, and to try to unlock the innovative potential. This is one of the takeaways that I take. And also, probably very important, to bring the South also in the debate and in the community, no? So the effort that they are supporting of cooperation between the Italian cluster and the Tunisian one, maritime clusters, it's something which is really a pioneer, which, if you look at the actual title of our session, is Pioneering the Process for a Better Governance in the Mediterranean. No, we can tell you that this exercise has never taken place before. So, you know, a good point for BBLUE and also for the PANORAMED family, let's put it this way. Now, I believe that we have Stefano Valentini from Emilia-Romagna online. Yes, I can see him. He's going to discuss the blue biomed. Yes, hello, Stefano.
Good afternoon.
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. First of all, apologies for the slight delay, no, because you were meant to speak a little bit earlier on time, but well, these things happen.
No problem.
So,
no problem.
Okay.
Apologize me to not be there.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
I really wanted to be there, but was not possible.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Okay, so Stefano, the floor is yours now. Please tell us about the key results, innovative aspects, the replicability potential, and the main activities that you're carrying out. And please do stick to the 10 minutes that have been assigned to you. Okay. Thank you.
I will try.
The floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I really appreciate it. As I said, it was not possible to be there, but it is a great pleasure to at least be here in a remote way. Thanks for invitation. Thanks to Emilio and Fernanda that involved me in PANORAMED. I really, really appreciate this. I'm a little bit sad because this is the closure event of PANORAMED. And PANORAMED, from my point of view, has been a very successful project. And I'm sure the legacy of PANORAMED will remain. And I hope the lesson of PANORAMED will be used also in other programs. But a lot of things has been already said about the general picture of innovation, the pillar innovation within PANORAMED from Tatiana, but also from Christian. So my duty are easier. You know already the general picture in which we are working as Blue Biomed for creating this Mediterranean Innovation Alliance on Blue Sustainable Economy. I'm a coordinator of Blue Biomed project. I have got this honor. And also, it's an easy task because I can count off very efficient and very good partners, including BBLUE partners, because as Christian said, BBLUE and Blue Biomed project has been conceived together with the same strategic picture. So, and we are a common joint activity that we are implementing together. We are on the way. So our project will conclude in September. So still we are working on practical activities. As a general picture, I just would like to strengthen the fact as we are talking about improving governance on innovation on Mediterranean level, and we need to change our paradigm. We are coming from a paradigm on innovation policies in which we were very much focused on competitiveness, on productivity, on occupation. Now we are called for a new approach, an approach that put on the first point of our agenda the sustainability. We are called for this from all our worldwide situation on climate change and also all related to the increasing demand of food of our worldwide situation. So our sea are in the really crucial point. Innovation is really a priority of interest, but also we need to have a new approach, an approach which we call, you know already, a transformative innovation approach that can lead to a systemic transition. So we need to tackle complex challenges, complex sustainable challenges, and complex challenges require complex solutions. And we can contribute, all communities need to contribute. In the previous, in the old paradigm, the innovation was mainly carried out by enterprises and innovators, academics. Now, as we are dealing with complex challenges, we need to involve public authorities, policymakers, civil societies, academics, and enterprise as well. So it's really complex. The picture, it's clear, simple, quite simple to say, but very, very difficult to implement concrete action. So we can go on. Yes, we can go faster. So in order to take these challenges, we involve quite a big community in our approach, in our projects, together with BeBlue and Blue Biomed and the associated partners. We are more than 60 partners, so quite a big community. Our focus, that is also important, was not the whole blue sustainable economy, but we focused on blue bioeconomy, which is a little bit narrow, but still quite big. So what we did in particular, so we did three main steps. The first one was to learn. So as you have seen, we are a quite big community, so we need to build a common understanding of our strategic vision, common understanding of the policy, the current policies at European, international, European, national, and regional level, but also define better what we mean for blue bioeconomy. The second step, and so we the first part of the project was focused on conceptual framework. The second one was to learn from what were the policies ongoing, and in particular the smart specialization strategies. We are in a fantastic period because we are passing from one programming period to another one. So we have also the opportunity to a little bit influence or facilitate the acquisition of this new approach from our regional stakeholders. So we did this survey, which is quite unique because covered all the Med area. And the third one was related to the technology market forecast. We wanted to investigate a little bit better which are the key technologies that could help us on this process, the one that has got a more innovation potential. So I don't know if it's clear, but this just to show you that for blue bioeconomy, we intended three main technology domains. One is related to aquaculture and fishery. One is related to blue biotechnologies, and Christian and BBlue are very much focused on that. And the third one are related to the blue sustainable environmental technology that are related to the monitoring and preservation of the natural ecosystem, the sea natural ecosystem. So all technologies that could preserve the habitat. So all the documentation you can find in our website. So the second step was, starting from this activity or learning, we tried to identify the common challenges in our Mediterranean basin and tried to group stakeholders with the same interest, with the same challenges, in order to verify if this group, multi-stakeholder groups could provide identify some solution. And we did it for 4 challenges that identified together. One on sustainable aquaculture, one on macroplastic waste, the issue of macroplastic in the Mediterranean Sea, one related to the impact of invasive alien species, and one on digitalization of blue bioeconomy. Here you can see the link. We did some video that explain better than I can do this multi-stakeholder experiment. We did it. So this experiment teach us that we were in the right way, and so we give some enthusiasm to us to go to the setup of the Blue Sustainable Alliance. We launched the alliance in November, and PANORAMED was present at the time in Ferrara, in Italy. And we are working on that, as I said before. We are invited all our stakeholders, including BBlue partners, including partners from the southern shore of the Adriatic Basin, in order to co-design. We want to create together the alliance and define better in co-design activity the alliance. We don't know. If you would ask me now what will be the alliance, which kind of organization, which kind of network will be, I don't know. We are working on that. And in particular, tomorrow and Friday, we will have this co-design workshop in Barcelona. My colleague will be there, some of you also. And really, together, all the participants will elaborate on the concept of the alliance, in particular on the governance of the alliance. But we will have other appointments, in particular with Blue Biomed and WestMed. We will have a workshop at European Maritime Days. The registration forms are open right now. They will be the 19 and 20 May. Then we will have the event with BBlue working again on co-design the alliance in May in Bari. Next week we will have a national event on the alliance in Italy, and then we will conclude our adventure in September the 15th in Cadiz in Spain. I say this adventure. I hope it will be the end of the first part of the venture, and the next year, and in the remaining part of the year, we will have a second part of our adventure. So thank you for your attention. I hope I stick in the 10 minutes that you gave me. And ready for a question and other issues.
Yes, you did, Stefano. You really were on time, so thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. Very interesting, the topic on sustainability that you bring to this innovation ecosystem. Also the link with the smart specialization strategies, the RIS3, in light also of the new programming period, 2021-2027. So here we see clear possibility for follow-up activities of these strategic projects, and then to work on 4 concrete topics, which are channeled through what the market is expecting, no, from this type of projects. So thank you for this. Very, very enriching. So Christian, I have to say goodbye to you, or see you soon, because we will have our wrap-up sessions. So voila, very quickly. Now it comes the time for session 4 on the wrap-up sessions. We want to summarize a little bit what we have heard from both sides, from the policy side, but also from the strategic projects side. And for this, we are bringing to the scene, to the scenario here, real experts that have been in these sectors of policy for quite some time, have some very relevant experience, and also some of the key persons behind the strategic projects, as we have just heard just before lunch. So we are going to start with tourism, and for this I would kindly ask Josep Rodriguez to come here. Mislav, Manuela will probably join in online, and then I have also Natalia Habidic, yeah, to join us. I can see Manuela online. That's excellent.
Unfortunately, Natalia couldn't be with us.
Okay, okay, but you will do a better job, I'm sure. Okay, okay, good. Right. So thank you very much for this, for being here. As we discussed in the past, we're not expecting any presentation from your side. Just a reflection on what we have heard. What should be the main takeaways, conclusions from what we have heard in the showcasing of the results of PANORAMED. So if you could share your views with the audience and with all of us, that would be great. Perhaps by order in the agenda, we can start with you, Josep. Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Josep has put together a number of points, and he will be using his computer to make things in order, yeah?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity for being here and to share with you, after these 2 very hard years of work with the pandemics, and have the opportunity to meet you physically. And the people we have been sharing these 6 years of communities of InterReg-Med projects. Well, I have been requested by Javier to react on what has been said this morning, and also I will introduce my view from the horizontal project on tourism from the Med Sustainable Tourist Community. The first idea that comes to my mind when talking about PANORAMED is that was a good idea. It was a good idea because it's putting together all the actors working in the mainstreaming process. That is one of the aims of the program in this period. So we want to improve the impact of European territorial policies, and that's why the architecture of the program was oriented in that sense. Bringing together the different bricks that today lead being set, the modular, the horizontal, the strategic, the working groups, in the same direction. As Manuela highlighted also this morning, this creation of an open dialogue platform is the first step for improving the governance. To bring together the people that are working in the same topic, it's very important. Well, we, as a community of tourism, we have been very lucky because we have had all these bricks. We have had modular strategics and working groups on tourism. And we have considered PANORAMED as a part of our family since the beginning. So we have been trying to establish these connections with PANORAMED and this relationship, trying to get a win-win situation. At the end, we have seen that many PANORAMED projects like BESMED, for instance, integrated some results of the community, some results of the modular projects. So they have taken advantage of our job as well. And we have also benefit from the outputs of PANORAMED with topics like the key policy paper that has been very useful for us. A second reflection I would like to highlight concerns the scope of the cooperation when talking about the governance of tourism in the Mediterranean. Because tourism is a very complex sector. It's very fragmented, many players, public and private players, small, big, different type of destinations. But at the same time, we are facing similar challenges, the diversification of the tourist offer, the concentration, how to face the climate emergency, how to break the seasonality or increase the expenditure per capita of tourism. But the reality of the destinations and the governance of these destinations is very diverse. So this is something to take into account when talking about how to improve this governance. So it's very, in that sense, from my point of view, is key to identify very carefully what are the fields of cooperation where there will be an added value for this cooperation. It's not possible to cooperate in all fields, so you have to check what are the fields where there are some incentives to cooperate. It is true that PANORAMED has identified some of those areas of cooperations, for instance, the observatories of sustainable tourism, the cultural routes that BESMED has carried out, of this integral approach of smart tourist destinations carried out by SmartMed. And the key policy paper is also a roadmap of different topics that could be a field of cooperation in the future. And the third point I would like to highlight, of course, there is some room for improvements. We have experienced some problems with the calendar since the PANORAMED projects started later, so later than the modular and the horizontal projects. We have seen some overlappings in this complex architecture of the InterregMed, and not all the horizontal projects have had this mirror, this thematic mirror in the PANORAMED activities. The involvement of private actors is also a challenge that we have to deal with. I refer to all InterregMed projects, and it's important in particular for the tourist sectors. Some of these weaknesses will be solved in the next programming period because projects will start at the same time. The governance projects will run in parallel. So this, I think, will be solved. And also, a final recommendation that I would like to say today, and this is something that Stavroula said also. It is important to go outside the Interreg bubble. We are a European project, funded European projects, but we are dealing with a specific sector like the tourism. So we have to be very connected with the reality of the destinations, and that's a key point. Finally, I would like to also highlight, also Maria said, how important is this document of the European Commission, the European Tourist Transition Pathway 2030. And it would be important to analyze how we as a community, how we as InterregMed projects could contribute to this roadmap of the European tourist policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. incorporating the view from the Sustainable Tourism Interreg-Med horizontal project and how it interacts with the PANORAMED family. That's very good. I've just heard that we will need to speed up a little bit the process, so we have time for session 5 on the future. So I will kindly ask all panelists to concentrate their reflections in a limited time. Apologies for this. So now we move to the PANORAMED thematic group on tourism. We have representatives from Croatia, and we have representatives from Tuscany online. So floor is yours. What would be your main takeaways or reflections from what we have heard earlier today?
First of all, let me express my satisfaction, and I'm really honored to be here today with all of you. Please accept the apologies from my colleague Natalia Havidic, who couldn't be with us here today. So in the name of the project SmartMed, I will shortly conclude this session on tourism. So as PANORAMED gave us all the starting point for both of strategic projects, BestMed and SmartMed, the main challenges in Mediterranean are seasonality and the lack of effective cooperation among main tourism actors. So this was the starting point. And on one hand, SmartMed, as we already heard from Maria today, has a significant focus on the empowerment of the actors of the tourism value chain, and in terms of increased capacity and improved skills along the local tourism value chain. So empowerment is the key to build successful cooperation between all those actors and to prepare them for new demands of future trends, and also for targeting the global market in a proactive way. On the other hand, through the PANORAMED's objective, we built and strengthened the relationships among different institutions and stakeholders on different levels, but who all participated to promote common strategies, programs, projects and initiatives for Mediterranean. Since the very beginning of our project, we were counting to build our activities on synergies within the program architecture, both with PANORAMED, the sustainable tourism community, and with all other relevant Interreg modular projects such as MitoMed Plus, WinterMed, Co-Evolved, Heridata, and many others. So we all learned from each other through this process. A number of policy recommendations, policy papers, guidelines, manuals, handbooks were developed. And for example, just to mention related to IT, which is the horizontal point of interest for all sectors, on program level, a number of different tools were developed. As we could hear today, different digital tools, data platforms, web applications, and all different tools were prepared. And there we have all the preconditions to be really smart in our future activities with all those technologies. So what is important for all of our outputs we developed through our projects? We need to take care of the sustainability of our outputs. We found many times today the word of sustainability as a key term. And first of all, our starting point for the sustainability is ownership of all our activities and our results, that we really can identify with them and why are they important for our work. In all of that, integrated approach has to take into account all sustainability dimensions, both environmental, economic, and social, and it implies efforts to coordinate with other sectors. For all those tools we developed, we need to take care of the maintenance of these tools and beyond the project life cycle. We need to have secured funding and financing for the future improvement, even an improvement of those tools. And of course, as we heard many times today, there is a huge potential in using big data for tourism sustainability. And in the light of everything, my colleague Maria has presented.
If you may.
Okay, just to conclude what Maria has presented and what I pointed out so far, we consider that what the most valuable experience we gained through this project is the opportunity to work in a multi-level approach through the involvement of the main stakeholders at the different levels, and that we had the opportunity to learn from each other. Then we identify the main common territorial needs and challenges in terms of sustainable tourism and smart solutions while we were developing our model and all other activities. And we had the opportunity at the same time to benchmark and diversify and to see where we are advanced and how big are our needs for the capacity building in the future. And maybe to conclude, we need to put significant efforts to introduce innovation in local businesses and other socioeconomic actors in the sector to have the transition toward fully sustainable and resilient business models, products, and services for the future. And that's what I would like to conclude with.
Well, thank you very much. That was very complete as a reflection. Now I have only 1 minute for each of the three persons. That's all I have. I'm so sorry.
Well, I'm indeed pleasure to be here at the end of the road called PANORAMED. Honestly speaking, I joined in the middle, and the representatives being here together with me in a way are associated with those milestones, because I joined at the moment where we were developing terms of reference for 2 strategic projects that are being implemented at the point and are quite successfully doing their activities, being implemented efficiently. And along the road, we were pretty challenged how to collaborate and how to be together here and discuss regarding our results. And we've done it through, I would say, that collaboration, mutual support, come up with document, for example, and which is related to this very topic, is scheme for coordination modalities. And we, today as a representative of coastal maritime tourism, but other colleagues dealing with thematic areas were as well facing the challenge how to collaborate with their strategic projects. And in a way, we developed that very document that was replicated at some point. And we established focus group, we established mutual connection and often collaboration, which in a way generated even more results and the deliverables that we have foreseen, and merge our results and put it on a higher level that was envisaged in the very beginning. And since I don't have a lot of time, I would like to reflect on our few weeks ago held a high-level policy event regarding coastal, not only coastal maritime tourism, but tourism in general. And as Josep noticed and underlined nicely, the tourism, it isn't just Interreg for itself, it's Mediterranean, it's associate partners, it's so many potential peers and co-partners that can come on board. And definitely from our collaboration, we made a baseline that is fruitful and that give us hope for the future. And in that light, regarding that high-level event, in following days, we're going to develop a document that in a way is going to encompass not only the recommendation regarding that very high-level event, but as well all recommendations and documents that are useful to be underlined and put into the spotlight regarding not only the strategic project, but as well the horizontal project dealing with tourism.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Manuela, you have 1 minute if you want to compliment some of your colleagues of the tourism thematic group.
Yes, I compliment all of them, not just one or a couple, all of them. No, but I'm joking. No, I'm serious because I compliment with them. But I would like to add a couple of things, less than 1 minute. It's true that PANORAMED was very complex, project ideas and architecture, but step by step, we create a clear picture of the situation of the architecture. Because if I'm looking at the past, in fact, we create as VP5 of PANORAMED the framework for tourism through key policy paper, key policy issues identification. And then we define, thanks to the 2 strategic projects, SmartMed and BestMed, the concrete implementation of some of these key issues. At the same time, thanks to the relationship with the tourist community and the horizontal project, we give content, additional content to all this process. So at the end, I think that the very complex and complicated world that we create and we experiment at the beginning was step by step taking a clear picture. I'm dealing with tourism mainly, but this is my point of view. And I think this morning, this coming out really in a clear way. Then, and I'm closing my intervention with this, during the high-level event that we organized in Croatia, that the colleagues from Croatia were organizing mainly, we had the opportunity to focus on some key elements which are still relevant. Governance is again at the heart of the problem. So we should go on working on governance from one side. From the other, we should take into consideration that we have to select the topic and at the same time to try to get stakeholders involved, additional stakeholders involved in the process, so that we can work not just on the public side, but also on the private one. So I think that the second stage of PANORAMED will take into consideration all this experience and for sure will produce interesting results. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuela, for this. And Julia, if you want, you have 1 golden minute, and that's it. That's what I can offer. Sorry about that.
What a pressure. Yes, I agree with all my colleagues speaking before. The architecture of working together and joining the governance projects of one side, PANORAMED, and the sustainable Med community, the beginning was complex for me to understand in the whole picture. But I think that our continuous work and the collaboration, we made it. We have built a methodology, different methodologies that have been integrated into one, which it's important. Now, Xenia has said something very important, which is to reach the sustainability of the outputs that we have obtained. And this is the real challenge right now in my understanding, because we have to think now in the maintenance of the project results and the identification of those outputs that can be transferred and capitalized. And going back very quick in the document PANORAMED Dialogues, now that we are at the end of the journey of PANORAMED. There it was said that a common global commitment agenda on sustainable tourism would be helpful, which is another challenge. As a supplement to a common global commitment agenda, it would be necessary the joint development of objectives of national tourism policies and strategic for a unique and sustainable vision. However, there is a long way. The fact is that there is a large gap in matching the visitors' changing values, the vision of the policy level. That is why it is so important now to, in my understanding, to keep working on the goals alignment with policies at European Union, national and regional levels. This should be shared and with the needs of local stakeholders. So this is the experience, the joint experience that we have right in this moment. And I think that we have the opportunity to take advantage of all this, that networks as the network that we have presented investment project of regional and national tourism observatories and also clusters can play a decisive role in this matter, promoting this joint development. And I think it's an opportunity to develop all this experience and the capacities to study new approaches, as we have been mentioning within this day, about data sharing and evidence-based experience in order to influence at the policy level. That would be all from my side.
Okay, thank you very much. So highly appreciated your effort, and thanks. That's it for tourism. And now very quickly, we're going to do literally 5 minutes on the wrap-up reflection on maritime surveillance. So if you just can give us, a flavor of your main takeaways and reflection towards the future of maritime surveillance and how PANORAMED is contributing towards this.
Yeah. So I can start. So for me, I think there are 3 points that I noticed this morning. The first one is data sharing. The second one is research and development. And the third one will be local and regional involvement. Mm-hmm. So for the first one, data sharing, what I heard this morning is that we have a lot of different people stressing that data sharing is something important and that we probably been able to do it better. For instance, we raised that in this tourism working package. I think also Shamed stressed that there was some possibilities to do it better. So I think here we have a cross-topping thing, and probably in the future there's a need to analyze how this data sharing can be improved. Regarding research and development for maritime surveillance, that's one major topic. And for the project after PANORAMED in the Interreg region, it's more, I would say, governance guided. And so I think that there's probably a possibility to merge and to have some the same cross topics or mutualization of both Interreg project and Horizon Europe project that are more leading to research and development and on maritime surveillance. And the third one, to involve more local and regional entities or bodies
I think we need to go step by step and to build trust. For me, that's the main key point. And the same, for instance, going through a very short, very little project with one specific use case or aim, and build trust, show the interest, to involve them, because in maritime surveillance so far, that's probably something that we missed.
Okay, thank you very much for this. A couple of minutes from your side, Cosimo.
Good. So, of course, data sharing is an important point, but I believe this is just part of the picture. I mean, I do believe that policymakers should base their choices on solid, reliable knowledge. And that is not knowledge. We have a chain, which is data, which has to be translated in information, which has to be translated in knowledge. And the knowledge has to be used. And data sharing is a challenge, but it's just part of the picture. Then we have to make this translation from data to information and knowledge. And also in that process, there may be different approaches and different attitudes. That's the reason why I believe that also this assessing interpretation of the data has to be something that has to be made in agreement with all the different stakeholders. Because different people may see different realities standing behind the very same data. And this is one thing that to me is important, and call for strict and continuous sustaining time cooperation between a restricted number of actors, maybe larger, but I mean, it's important that there is a core that keep on going, because there is the need to develop a community feeling to avoid to start over again all over many times, which is what we did in the past. So one challenge is to face this fragmentation and somehow to keep the momentum.
Okay, thank you. And Dimitrios, you want to close with one last minute on a reflection? Would you feel like doing so?
Yes, thank you very much. I couldn't agree more with all the aspects that the colleagues just covered. I just wanted to mention 1-2 things, and I think it was almost a breakthrough. The subject that Interreg took the step to thematically design projects dedicated on maritime surveillance at that timing. The timing is very important. Also, the aspects that PANORAMED covered thematically in maritime surveillance gave us very strong and condensed conclusions in terms of the European integrated maritime policy in maritime surveillance that is going on, in terms of the evolution of CISA systems, and it creates quite big expectations for the future projects, not only in Interreg, but also in other funding programs, European funding programs, and in the next programming period. So we are in great consideration that this will be continued, more focused, and maritime surveillance will take the steps needed in terms of innovative solutions and in terms of multi-level governance in the European countries, and especially in the Mediterranean.
Very much for that, Dimitrios, and thank you, all three of you, for your very concise messages. Okay, so talking to the management and the lead partner, and because of many of you, I have been informed that has some train tickets, and you should leave relatively early. We're going to jump the innovation wrap-up session. I think it was all pretty clear, and we're going directly now into session 5. So apologies to our dear Emmanuel Manicio and also to Tatiana Fernandez, who were supposed to reflect a little bit on innovation. I think that the session was pretty clear with the take-ups. So now
look to the future and the next steps. Yeah?
Coming here directly, so we saved some time putting more mic in my bag. Thank you very much, Javier. Thank you very much for this a bit speed to go to this to see the legacy, what's going to happen with the results of PANORAMED. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Mercedes Acitores, and I work for Interact, and I'm based in Valencia. Also, I would like to just, well, we heard a lot of very good results. I would like to congratulate PANORAMED partners, PANORAMED projects, and very much also to PANORAMED funding, InterregMed, who was the one who started with all this process. So, well, with I would like also, we heard many different kind of results from the policy level. We listened that we had some PANORAMED dialogues, we had some key policy, the gaps in growth also documents. What are we going to do with all that? What are we going to do with all very important and powerful information from the Mediterranean? The same with the projects. We have several projects that has been financed by PANORAMED with very valuable inputs, very important data, and that's one of the key topics for the next programming period. So again, the question, what is going to be the legacy? And I think that okay, I guess that since Elodie is the only one ready. Elodie, because yes, please, let's be a bit spontaneous here. And I would like to invite the panelists. First of all, I would like to invite you Alessandro D'Araio from Emilia-Romagna region. He's the leader of the work package of methodology and evaluation, who also has two hats, a double hat. He's here as the work package leader, but also as the region Emilia-Romagna, and he will have different points of view. We have also CPMR ready and steady here with Elodie Nunes. She is Executive Secretary of the Inter-Mediterranean Commission from the CPMR. Thank you very much. She will give us also the view of the think tanks, which is very important, and what is this link to the policy making, especially to the European. Then we will have Christos Economo, which we will maybe afterwards when you are, I don't know how we will handle this, maybe you can come or... Okay, he spoke before, he's acting director of the head of unit of DG Mare. And Alessandra Sensi, who she also spoke, so you know she's very well known among us, who's the head of sector of environment and blue economy. And Curto Cervelli, who's getting ready with the mics, and he is the funding part of all this, but not only, also, you know, InterregMed is not only the funding, also is also a bit of think tank. And he from Interreg Euromed, and of course myself, which I am not only a moderator, I'm also an associated partner to PANORAMED, and Interact has also things to say on this regard. So I guess that's your turn. Alessandro, please give us some inputs on and I will share. This is so funny. So let's see what is the different perspectives from the methodology part, and what is the you know, the legacy, and what are also the constraints that you found in PANORAMED. Okay, thank you. I'll get your seat if it's fine.
Yeah, perfect. We can alternate. Thank you, and hello to everyone. So I will be very quick since we are, let's say, closing, and we learned already a lot. I hope that you learned a lot of what PANORAMED has done. Let's say, to summarize in a way, we always say that, and we said also this morning and today a lot, that PANORAMED in a way was a project, but also something more. So from the point of view of the project, if we think about, let's say, which are the results, it's very straightforward. Now, PANORAMED concentrated on evidence-based policymaking, so make a thorough analysis, shared analysis on gaps and growth opportunity in the field that were assigned, in a way, to the platform. Then we agreed on short-term priority for action. This action were the strategic project, so something that is implementing at the moment. And then there was the last part that is, let's say, more long-term oriented policy recommendation. No? And these are in the key policy paper, in the MED positioning paper. So in a way, this is the logic of the project, and the project is ending today. Then we have PANORAMED as a process. The process is not ending today, no, because the project is ending, but the process of improving this governance in the Mediterranean is going on. In PANORAMED, the ambition was to tackle this issue of governance from both point of view of horizontal coordination, so the coordination among the countries of the MED program. Now, if you remember, the partner of PANORAMED are all the countries of the program. And then there is the other issue that is multi-level coordination, no? So vertical, from the European to the regional and local level. That is the perspective of multi-level governance. Probably in the project, let's say during the life of the project, we concentrated more on horizontal coordination, no? So agreeing among countries, let's say, shared priorities. What maybe is still an issue at stake is the multi-level coordination perspective, and this was mentioning also a lot already this morning, that is how we bring territory with the transnational and European priorities. So in a way, this is something that I think we all, as a PANORAMED ex-partner, but also all of us, we should still work a lot on this. Let's say, if we go to some learnings that we can share, also from the point of view of the evaluation of PANORAMED that we have performed externally, let's say, one that is, in any case, a finding is that the evaluation confirmed the relevance of PANORAMED, meaning that the governance in the Mediterranean is considered by those stakeholders an issue. No? Everyone said before. So in a way, this is still an issue that we have. The other, that in a way is a learning from my point of view, is also as a lesson for the future. Maybe better focus the scope of this governance. So maybe giving more priority to what I said, multi-level perspective in the governance, rather than horizontal coordination among countries, because there are already many other more structural frameworks of governance, starting from the UFM, let's say, going down to many others. But this idea of bridging territory with transnational part is an issue that also these existing governance frameworks, I think, it's an issue for everyone. So it's something that still could be tackled in the future. The other lesson, the final, I think is also in a way to narrow the scope of the project. So a platform like PANORAMED cannot shape the governance in the Mediterranean. No? There are other frameworks much more important. The focus is to make relevant the role that territorial cooperation can have in improving this governance, both from the point of view of the cooperation and making better policies, not to face the challenge in the Mediterranean. I think, this is my personal view, but also some reflection that we shared with the partnership, that, let's say, these lessons, in a way, are already incorporated in the new Euromed program. No? The new architecture, the result amplification strategy, really incorporate these lessons very well. I cannot appropriate this as a result of PANORAMED, because I don't think it's a result of PANORAMED, but I like to think that at least it's a sort of spillover that we produce, let's say, in this learning process. So that's all from my side.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. Thank you. You've been just on time. I have to remind you all, we have 5 minutes. You had 7 before, now you have 5. Okay, so I think that you understand the situation. It's the train or staying here. Okay, so I keep from you the idea of this, the role of territorial cooperation to improve this governance. It's not only for the territorial cooperation, and also at the same time, the territory. Many times we forget the territory. We work in other things and we forget where are we applying all this. Let's now go to Elodie Nunes, who from the CPMR, who you're a think tanker, you're also lobbying in Brussels. I mean, what is the relation? Please, could you think from this policy level, specifically European, maybe you could also talk about the national or regional, what is the these highlights that you could mention on the legacy and how we could improve maybe this contact with the decision makers? Thank you, Elodie.
Sure. Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you to the organizers also to have us today from CPMR and the Inter-Mediterranean Commission. So just to remind you, we are an association of regions, and so we are working more specifically on cohesion, maritime issues, and transport and accessibility matters. And we are divided into the different European sea basins, of which the Mediterranean that I represent today. As you said, Mercedes, we are a think tank, so we try to bring forward the reality from the regions to the European institutions, but also to different kinds of stakeholders, and more specifically in the Mediterranean. We have the UFM today here, and we work a lot with the UFM, and so these are our targets. Regarding PANORAMED, indeed, we were associated partners as well, and it was an opportunity for us because the states of the program are part of this project. And so it comes full circle in the way that we can do lobbying, or at least represent the interests of our regions and the territorial realities. So we go to the EU institutions, but also to the states. And so how we contributed was basically by peer reviewing some of the documents of PANORAMED, but also participating to the various events like today's, but also the previous PANORAMED dialogues that were mentioned, etc. Our expectations coming to PANORAMED was, of course, to be able to push for the better absorption of Interreg-Med project results from the policymakers. I'm saying absorption because I think it's a bit broader than mainstreaming. I know we had this debate before. Or it would say maybe multi-level governance mainstreaming in a way, so that it's not only the regions, but also the different governance scales that can benefit from these results and try to shape their policies in a better way on the basis of territorial studies that have been brought forward by the project. And so we were hoping that PANORAMED could help us, also could be this, this springboard to get to that level. And so several issues and highlights have been already mentioned by the previous speakers with whom I fully agree. And this brings me to mention what's coming next, actually. And you mentioned the new architecture of the program, especially the institutional dialogue project, which I think will be maybe the PANORAMED babies in a way, mainstreamed over the program. And we are hoping to move the program a bit onto a higher scale, or a scale that allows us to concrete results in terms of mainstreaming at the multi-level governance scale. This 2014-2020 period put a lot of emphasis on capitalization, and so I think that the 2021-27 period is the time for the momentum on mainstreaming. Also, I would like to share my observation about the givers and the takers, because they were mentioned earlier by the speakers as well. And it's true that from the project we have these givers, and we need to identify takers to influence the policies, but we need to think how those givers can also be takers. I think it's important that in terms of ownership of building the results of the project, this be concretely put forward. If it's much harder to absorb the project results if we do not own them, because you need to adapt your mind into the head of the people that have created the results, and sometimes it's not that easy, especially from the administrations or even the private sector. So it's more an observation / question, how the givers can also be the takers, and I'm going to my last questions. And so our main challenges and what we have observed is, first of all, how can we build this ownership? I think it's a key challenge through the next programming period and the institutional dialogue project, and hopefully we'll be able to improve on this. how do we create needs also for takers? We highlighted before that the takers, we try to map their needs, but sometimes there are potential takers that represent a necessity on the territory, but that are not as open and as ready to absorb those project results. So how do we create the needs? Also, how do we work to market those needs, the marketing side of it, in a way, thinking about policy making. And lastly, well, how do we work to build capacity? Sometimes it's hard also to work with the administrations because they do not simply have the capacity to absorb technical project results. And so this is a key point that hopefully we'll be able to solve with our future actions. As a concluding final questions, I would say, now what do we do with PANORAMED? Who is going to absorb the results of PANORAMED? And it's rather a question to the partners of PANORAMED. Do your respective ministries or respective regions will be able to absorb what you've been doing in the program and also in the project? What's the plan for the future? How do we involve, to a better extent, southern partners? We have some architectures that exist in the Mediterranean. We have macro regions, we have sea basin strategies, we have maybe some frameworks that we can explore to a further extent to be able to address this multi-level governance scale to a better extent, to promote the project results and have a concerted action towards the resolution of common issues. And lastly, how do we make sure that our recommendations are always the state-of-the-art ones, that they are always very close to the territorial realities. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Elodie. Very, very comprehensive. Thank you. I fully agree with your questions. I guess that most of the people who are in the audience and those that are listening from the other side of the screen consider these questions also and are making these questions and giving some answers. I will get and highlight from your side this ownership, and I really believe that ownership, it's the way to improve governance, and it's something that we need to discuss much more. And I also agree with you with the idea of this. We are going from capitalizing to transferring to reaching out to the policy level, and this is the process that we are going to do, going to make from the 2021 to the 2027. Now we have here a policy maker. You're the European Commission, or at least you represent the European Commission here. So we have Christos Economou. From DG Mare perspective, you've listened all the results that the project has been achieving. From the project side, also from the policy side, what is the position from DG Mare? And also knowing that you are developing WestMed. Although that's only part of the Mediterranean, but we would like to hear your conclusions or your ideas and how we could.
Yes. Well, good afternoon to all again, and I have the advantage speaking in the beginning and at the end of the event, taking benefit of the exchanges, and it's the moment indeed to look into the future, and I'm glad that the colleagues that spoke before gave this perspective. To me, every time we arrive to this point of considering what we do with the results, I think it is very much of a collective responsibility, and I think you put it rightly that all those involved have the major role to follow it up. I mean, the project does not end the responsibility of those involved. And now we have a new context. Indeed, I also mentioned that we have a policy framework, at least for the blue economy as a whole, which was set by the Commission last year. And therefore, we have to see, and I know that administrations, member states, look into that on how to implement it, benefiting from results of projects like the PANORAMED, for instance. Then you ask the question, I mean, of course, that brought together many administrations, many stakeholders. We have different layers of cooperation in the Mediterranean, but one more proof that this cooperation, this dialogue is possible, and also at different levels, because you say, okay, we have the macro-regional strategies, we have the UFM, but there you brought it also to another level, talking in different layers of the administration, which hopefully maintain this coherence. Then we are looking into all these different ways of interaction, and this is what you gained with the project. Now, if you're looking also on how we interact with the UFM, the WestMed clearly we are looking into the practicalities of promoting projects. This is also with the idea of the future. What you do now in the new programming period, we have the advantage that the closure comes, it's an ending, but it's in a beginning as well. So we have the advantage of seeing how we can get good projects benefiting from the cooperation you build upon. It's taking the results, but taking also the good layer of cooperation that you achieved. And this is, I think, a very good heritage for the new phase of Interreg and all the different projects that will be coming your way, whether it's from the Regio Fudge or it's MFAF. Because I say this because we have put also this concept of flagship projects supporting the sea basin strategies. So WestMed in the Mediterranean or in the Black Sea or in the Atlantic. So that gives possibilities to the, like we had the two projects on tourism specifically. You handled this topic as a priority under PANORAMED. So what is the best way of bringing together actors to have a very good project than the one that you have already set the basis for? So for me, this is the heritage of PANORAMED. The opportunities will come your way, whether it's through MFAF, whether it's the social fund, whether it's the RDF, and that will be a very good beginning, let's say, for the new programming period. The other thing that I mentioned also...
Only 1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute. The last word would be to highlight the importance of this cooperation also into the smart specialization strategies. This is also a new beginning. I mentioned that we're creating this new platform for smart specialization for blue economy. So this, and again, the relevance for PANORAMED results and PANORAMED partners. And the very last thing, because you mentioned the possibility of the institutional dialogue project, so to bring also extra partners like from the academic community or other layers that you didn't have of governance that you didn't have in the first phase of PANORAMED. So that will enrich, if you like, the discussion and the new deliverables in the new programming period. Voila, some ideas for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christos. Thank you. I get from you very especially this idea of of connecting with the smart specialization. This is something new that maybe we're not that used to work in that sense. And I also like this, that good projects come from good cooperation. And this is something that for sure we saw in PANORAMED. We can see in each of the projects that we're here explaining that they really established a good partnership, and that would make possible other projects, not only this one. So thank you, and now we continue with Alessandra Sensi from the Union for the Mediterranean, who's not only blue but also green. She's the head of a unit of blue and green economy. If it's a fine. So please, what's your starting point? What could you consider that is the legacy of PANORAMED?
Sure. Many thanks, Merce, for the floor, and many thanks actually for the inputs provided by the colleagues. I can just echo what has been said about this important relation between projects and processes. Let's remember, of course, that projects are essential tools for process to go on, but it's very important also for the projects themselves to have a view, let's say, to the longer term processes, as it was also stressed by Christos and, of course, by Alessandro. This has to be taken into account, of course, for the future, also building on the very good cooperation of these years. There are other processes ongoing, so the effect of the projects can be multiplied and amplified as there is also clear understanding of these other existing processes. I'd like indeed to go to your point, if you take for me, if you give me also, this opportunity on green and blue. Of course, it's a very important element within the European Green Deal, but also within the UFM. Let's remember that the Mediterranean countries already engaged towards a shift to a green circular economy already in 2014. So we see the two dimensions very complementary, of course, and essential Also in the land-sea dimension, we know also that many and most of the, let's say, even environmental issues at sea level are due to some activities on land. In this respect, we have also a dedicated agenda, which is Greener Med, where we have indeed as main axis green circular economy, pollution, ecosystem restoration, and biodiversity loss. But all this is packaged also in a complementary manner with all the blue economy activities. So this is very important to keep in mind. A very important example also comes in this respect also for the previous labeling of the Interreg Med Green Growth Community. We started actually from that before even going, to the labeling of the whole, let's say, governance axis. And what was important there was the ownership, the fact that we put very important programs, indeed, the Interreg Med Green Community that was covering all the Mediterranean with the Switch Med community that was actually covering the South Mediterranean. And this was and is actually still creating an enormous impact and exchange between the two communities, as I think never before. So these are just some of the aspects that indeed, even through this labeling, meaning ownership, the concept that you were, of course, recalling, and integration in regional agenda, we can, let's say, achieve. I'd like also to mention that, of course, we see all these as element of dialogue within a longer-term perspective where there are transversal challenges in the region, employment, gender issues, digitalization. So again, these are channels of communication for a much, let's say, impactful and needed, let's say, development, sustainable development, of course, of the region. Another element that I stressed already, but it's good maybe to recall, is that for us it was very important to have also Western Balkans as part of the Interreg Med. For some reason, they are within our system maybe less covered, so it was very, very important to, through also the Interreg Med, have them actively there and complement indeed with the participation of the southern countries. So we see also that, by building this road together also towards the southern countries being associates, which actually will come with all dedicated awareness raising activities, also for them to understand how to be able, to access, we can indeed move in this direction. I think I said it all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And indeed, it was a very positive experience, and we envisage quite a bright, future and second phase.
I think it's very interesting. Thank you very much, Alessandra. What you just mentioned, this idea of labeling, and this is the way the Union for the Mediterranean really makes this legacy of not only PANORAMED, but also Interreg Med in a way. While you were labeling the Med Green Growth Community, it is a way of also to continue that in the Union for the Mediterranean, I guess.
The governance access specifically, because also for the future, this is labeled, so it has quite an importance in terms also of all the projects that will be,
shows a path.
that will be coming from these calls. Even.
Okay, and now we have Curto Cervelli, the head of the Secretariat. And what are you going to tell us about? They were mentioning institutional projects. What is the plan? What plan do you have?
Maybe a coffee.
Maybe a coffee. Like George Clooney, okay.
Everything has been said. No, okay, seriously. It was a very intensive day, and maybe too much from my side. But I think you have demonstrated the potential impact you have altogether. So it's time for me, on behalf also of the managing authority, to thank you very much here and remote at home, and in particular the lead partner, the Ministry of Finance, the Spanish Ministry of Finance, your team, Carmen, the current team, and also all the people missing during the years, in particular from my side, Marianne Uriarte, it was very important for me, and also your external assistant. Your role was not easy today to cut time every time. And also Nicola and Sandra, of course. And let me also to thank Lidwin here today, but also Patrizia Busolini. it was also an achievement from PANORAMED to transferring human resources to DG Mare directly. Very good capitalization. So we started in 2007, 2013, at the end of that programming period, with an experimentation on the horizontal projects. It was a really interesting maritime project, and we realized the horizontal community, thematic communities, I think in a very good way during this programming period. It was a pilot experience, and we concretized that in 14-20. I really hope that we will have the same chance to produce the same effect through PANORAMED for the future in 21 and 27, introducing and changing a little bit our architecture through the institutional dialogue projects, and associating under the same priority the thematic communities and the institutional dialogue project at the same time. So this is a very important novelty for the future. On the other hand, I think, as I just said, you already introduced all issues, but PANORAMED broke a wall, and we have opened a door, and now we have space to create a community, a Mediterranean community, not a Euromed, NextMed, etc. As you know, we are trying to build a mechanism of a coordination mechanism among Interreg programs. We are going to start associating NextMed and Italy-France Maritime on sustainable tourism, but the idea is to open this mechanism to all other Interreg programs. I think your example is the best one we can exploit to associate all forces we represented here today and also in other places, to foster single solutions, single answers, to create the mainstream, the Mediterranean mainstream, to face all different topics that have been included in our programs, to include, of course, southern countries in our cooperation, not to be isolated as is done until now. So we need to think as a single Interreg programs with associated partners coming from the different European institutions, but also different organisms represented by the regions, the national agencies, universities, scientific research center, and also the civil society, because it's very important in the Mediterranean area. So I think this is the most important legacy of PANORAMED, and not only PANORAMED, the strategic projects and the horizontal communities demonstrated that we can represent one single voice. And when we are all together, we can find easily the right answer. It was a pilot experience, but today you showed, I don't know how many potential inputs, impacts, outputs, outcomes, everything. So this is what we needed to exploit now. We will start through this work already done, and I think it will be my last programming period that I'm very happy because I will not need to invent something new again and again. So it's up to you after that to decide on the future of the cooperation territorial programs of the future. So I think that for the moment you can stop here.
Only a practical question. When the call will be launched for the institutional projects?
This is already done,
okay,
so
and will be
this is running at that moment. I maybe can anticipate a little bit that the deadline for the moment is the 24th of May, but we will probably postpone little bit the deadline. We need to discuss with the partner countries, but we have some adjustments to take into account with the European Commission. So probably we will close the call at the end of May.
Okay, thank you, because I think this is an important also date for our colleagues to note down. Thank you very much, Curcio. I know how passionate you are for MED, so many years working here, and now you want to have a good, I guess that for you this next programming period is going to be a good challenge to find this, working all the Interreg programs, or most of the Interreg programs together in order to achieve a better quality of life for the citizens in the Mediterranean. And this comes to me, because I work for Interact, and I'm running the Med Lab group in Valencia, together with some other colleagues. And our job here is to really, we are a network with the 17 Interreg programs. They are there, the heads. Kurt is one of the permanent members, the heads of the heads of secretariats and managing authorities, but we work together with the Commission. DG Regio was from the very beginning in this Med Lab group to discuss and to see how we could work in synergies for the 21-27 period. Also DG Mare, we have the West Med representing, they're also a permanent, and member states and southern delegations. So this network, it's a very interesting network where we really are trying to design what we can do together in the future, all the 17 programs together. And we're talking about legacy. For sure, we will discuss all these documents that you mentioned here, all these policy papers will come up. And that's my engagement with PANORAMED, that all the different policymaker documents, the projects that I have been listening during the day, we will bring it to our platform, and we can start building upon, and not starting again to reinvent the wheel. Because I think we all can agree is that we shouldn't reinvent the wheel again. There's a lot of information there, but the thing is that we need to create ownership. So something that MED has been doing, they should convince me in a way, in a note, and I have to be part of this ownership. This is the way of not reinventing the wheel, and not maybe doing it maybe in a different ways. So I think this is an exercise that we can consider to do in the future. I don't know, I think maybe Alessandro, you wanted just to end up, you would like to, as Emilia-Romagna, as a region, would you like to mention something, how you would, the legacy of PANORAMED in Emilia-Romagna? Yes, and yeah.
Well, okay, just to change perspective, but let's say I will end in this way. It's not exactly what we are bringing on, because we were partners since the beginning from PANORAMED, but let's say just to mention two issues that are, let's say, the same, that are a concern in our regional policies, and were also central in PANORAMED. So just to say that there are not two different processes, no? Yes. One is this transition to new policies that is more challenge-oriented. Now, this is something that now everyone says, but it's very, very, very complicated for us, for sure, but I guess for all of you, at least the policymaker. I mean, it's not something easy to move policy from the sectoral perspective to challenge perspective, no? So to be interdisciplinary and to go in the same direction to solve important societal challenges. And the second that is related to this, what we are trying to do, especially in, let's say, in the directorate I work for, that is the one for coordination of European policies, is this idea of working on integrated territorial policy, oriented to sustainable development challenges. So using all the instruments, let's say, in a coherent way, no, as Alessandro was saying, all the instruments are just tools. They should go and respond. This is what also the Green Deal is asking. But let's say these kind of challenges that we all face, are not just local, regional, national, transnational, European, and global. They are all these aspects together. So what we need, and I think we still don't have, at least we don't, is a sort of model of transcalar way to face these challenges, which are the same with different impact, a different, let's say, geographical scale, if you want, or territorial level, and also with different possibility to tackle them. So I think that in this new view of this territorial integrated policy, also the role, let's say, of territorial cooperation can be different. Not something like, let's say, the small children, we can say, that can produce something to be mainstream or someone alien to be mainstream in structural policies, but let's say an integrated part of this more complex policy making that helps bridging this transcalar process. This is something that we are going to work at the regional level because we say this is the job we have. And of course, we would like and we are available to keep on engaging with the other actors in Mediterranean to do this also in the new Mediterranean architecture. So I think from our side, this is let's say the best legacy, and also, as you said, our engagement, no, our promise toward the demand. Thank you.
Just a last word to thank you also. Interact Valencia, the MedLab initiative, but you personally. Thank you.
Thank you, Curcio. Thank you. Thank you. Well, so now I think we got this session. It's ending session. Now I would like to give the floor to Carmen Hernandez. I really hope that the next step in Interact Med with the new projects will be as good as this one, and you know that I like to follow it. I was born in the Med, and I will end up with Med. So thank you again to give me all this opportunity and to work close to you. And Carmen, now the floor is yours and apologize for the innovation group. We took their place. Huh? Thank you.
Thank you. Only a few words because I think you are already tired. Dear colleagues, we have already to the end of the PANORAMED Closure Event. I will especially like to thank to my team, Emilio, Lydia, and all the staff of my team who have been involved in the realization of this event so that everything was perfect. Thank you very much to the communication team, especially Javier, Irene, also to the administration team, Nico, Sandra, and Mercedes. Mercedes, thank you very much. I would like to reiterate many things to all colleagues working in the preparation, all speakers, all panelists, all PANORAMED partners, the associated partners, the DG Regio, DG MADE, the joint secretariat of the Interact Med, especially Curcio, Patricia Bussolini, I remember the hard work with Patricia Bussolini, Luis Bin also, and many other partner organizations who have participated today, and all of you being with us and supporting the project, who have helped us to make this event the success who had all working for. Many important ideas have been shared and exchanged, showing the results of the project and reinforcing its legality for the continuation and reinforcing in the present and the future. PANORAMED's project has been mainly a process, and in some way we managed to work together in some direction. We start this process and it must go on. Thank you very much. All the best for all of you. Thank you.
Mediterranean, I see you. I feel you. All of my childhood memories make me think of you, your people, your fragrances, landscapes. No matter how far away I am, I can't stop thinking about you. None of the battles you saw defeated you. Far from it, they made you stronger. You are unique and diverse. Millenary civilizations have thrived around you, and we owe you so much. A new quest for improving governance is up and running. PANORAMED, a historical chance which brings together countries and people that feel the same way I do. Mediterranean, I see you, I feel you. Joint efforts to address common challenges are ready. Ensuring tourism sustainability in our shores. New solutions for strengthening maritime surveillance. Tackling environmental risks. Encouraging innovation and social initiatives. Only through cooperation will we reach our desire of enjoying a stronger Mediterranean. We want you to speak with one voice. For you, for us. PANORAMED.